DJ investigate, she gonna find the truth. She gonna crack the case, yeah. It's not a lie when it's paperwork. She will expose the truth. Daily updates for you. Better subscribe like I knew you would. We gotta stand for what's right. We gotta do for the good, yeah. I don't know what y'all have heard. That surprise witness got the word. We don't believe in Scientology. I do not need your mind control on me. We don't need your conservative shit, no. We doing right, what's right for the kids. Whoa.
Y'all cannot control me. I control my own mind. You could've controlled me then, still not in this lifetime. Can you send us down the pink angel from the heavens of truth? You don't want to debate with BJ. Studying law is what she do.
Oh man, I done messed my banner up. This is how y'all know I'm not a plant. Okay, hold on. Yes, I want to scroll across. Okay, hi, hello. We are live. It is Monday, finally Monday, June 15th. Can you hear me? Can you see me? All of that. I was making my banner. That's why I played that song and I was still on here. I was making my banner and the whole thing glitched. All right, hold on. What are we talking about today? Josh Johnson. Another report came out. From Josh Johnson. We're going to talk about Legally Mine. Also, I made a bunch of new connections over the weekend that I haven't told y'all about yet. Oh, and it's starting to look interesting. Around the origin of BAM, Bricks and Minifigs franchising. Actually, not the origin, right? But the so-called acquisition. Okay, it's starting to look a little weird when the McNeffs take over the company, and that's my opinion. I'll show y'all what I found. What else are we talking about? Oh, there's a whole nother McNeff versus McNeff. Whole nother one. Come to find out, the two sons, Ammon and Matt, have been suing the dad, and the dad's been suing them back and forth, and so it's actually a long feud. All right. Let's see. And that's what I was doing. I was making my banner. All right. So we did have some new news. Y'all, I feel like I'm already so loud. Okay. I turned it up, but like it's in the yellow. -8 dBu. Oh my God, Blywood. I need your email address. I'm not in OBS. That's the issue. And like when I'm talking, okay, hold on. Gain. Let me try this. Okay, what about that? Did that work? Tell me what to do on the Scarlet. Blywood 6930. Tell me what to do on the Scarlet Focusrite knobs. I have the one with the 2. I have the air button on, the 48V button, and the volume button that's lighting up green is like at, I guess, 1 o'clock. Which one's the gain, girl? Lazy guy, which one is gain? I say monitor. Let's see. Maybe I can adjust. I'm in StreamYard too. Okay, wait, it got better? Wait, did it get better? There's 3 knobs. There's 4 knobs. There's 3 knobs. There's 3 knobs. You're saying the knob. We only got gains. Okay, people are saying audio is fine for them. It is. Y'all, tell me which knob. Okay, I just turned all the knobs up, and my little light is in the yellow, so that's stressing me out. Okay, anyway, I have noticed that, though. Usually I ignore audio comments, but, like, when I'm rewatching stuff or trying to take stuff for clips, I do notice that I have to turn the volume all the way up, and I have been wondering what's wrong with that. Open sourcing live tech support is my new favorite thing. Did you just learn it here, Valhalla Awaits, or have y'all been doing that too? But can y'all hear me better? Did it actually do anything? I did turn the things up. I have been actually looking for help with that specifically. Okay, Bly says it's better, but with the 2 sarcasm dots, so maybe not. Tell me what to do, LLC. Wait, hold on, y'all. I need to take a break. I got to go open a company called Tell Me What to Do, Which Knob, LLC. Okay. Okay. It sounds better. They're saying, y'all are saying, okay. Oh, okay. So today I was late a little bit, and I'll tell you, it was for like valid reasons, but also I was having a little bit of that like procrastination, uh, apprehension, apprehension, because the story is so large and overwhelming. There are tentacles spread out. The web has started stressing me out. I mean, I always go through this. This is like part of the beginning. Like this is not my first rodeo. This is not my first movement. This is not my first moment. All right. Now it is the first time that I've done this type of in-depth investigation like this that so many people were interested in. And I think like the last time I did something like this was that Melania Trump, you know, like models, and they were and her friend and an ex-friend, and then it was the Epstein planes, and then she came over on the Epstein plane with John-Luc Brunel, and the web in like just a few days got so crazy and out of control because the story had so many tentacles, and it was insane. But there wasn't as many people in there. It was when I first started this channel. It was like, you know, maybe a couple hundred people. Is Benji here? Oh my God, don't tell me. Oh, it's Benji here, 1983. Okay, shout out Benji. Thank you to CC Nags for becoming a new member. Okay, let me just do my little yapping. The kids call it yapping, and I am like professional yapper. That don't bother me if somebody says I'm yapping. Yes, I am. I was like a little bit like kind of like I don't know, some word between like procrastinate and anxiety or something like in that region, in the word part of my brain. But the story is so enormous and quite frankly overwhelming a lot. And so, you know, this used to have just like a picture and a couple articles, right? And so we've really added some texture here. All this is just notes. I found this picture of what's his name, Ammon, the other day, and I thought it was so funny. Like that's the new picture of him in my mind when I think of him. Like it's this one and this one. These are the three pictures that come up in my mind when I think of Ammon. Like these three right here. And so that's why I put them on the web. This one right here, he really manages to stay out of the spotlight, even though he's right next to Ammon. All right. So anyway, so this weekend on Saturday, oh my God, I think I was in court documents, reading court documents, taking notes. I was taking like physical handwritten notes. It was like a whole entire Saturday went just straight up working. I felt like I was like during finals or something. Like I barely got up from the table the whole day, and it was to look into this. So, okay, so we all know about the McNeff versus McNeff lawsuit or whatever. The RICO, or not the RICO one, that's the Vail lawsuit. We've talked about quite a few lawsuits here. The McNeff versus McNeff, where they sued each other over the company Legally Mine. Well, actually, come to find out, and I found this out this weekend, which I guess was pretty predictable, but come to find out, sorry, I got distracted. Come to find out the lawsuit. Okay, the Afraid of Lawsuits LLC lawsuit between David Gibb and Ammon McNeff, where Ammon was like having the payment process fees rerouted to himself or his own bank or in a bank account he set up. These are allegations in a lawsuit. I don't know if it happened or not, but that Afraid of Lawsuits LLC lawsuit is related to this McNeff versus McNeff dispute. And so it's like all these company names, all these people, all these, like even just here, right? For example, this is Brandon Bestgirl. I still never got a picture of him. Then, what's his name? Joshua Johnson. So, you know, those two are the ones who we were introduced to very early on in the Reckless Ben saga, because those are the two so-called supposed co-owners of the store. They're the co-owners of the Salem Kaiser franchise store. They were, I mean, at relevant parts of the story. They're not anymore. Supposedly. That's what we're told. But these are the two where there was that press conference the other day that was like, press release the other day that it was like, Bricks and Minifigs has decided to part ways with Salem, Oregon store owners, Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson. And it's like, I don't think y'all are parting ways. This one right here went on the mission with Ammon. They're mission buddies all the way back to 2004, 22 years ago. This one has also managed to stay a little bit more in the shadows, as it were. But anyway, so these two guys right here, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, they are, entered the chat really early in this story because they were the two that owned the store. He's the guy that supposedly crossed his arms and said, haha, you're going to have to sue me. And if you sue me, then you're going to spend more money in court than the collection's even worth. So good luck. So the guy who that phrase is attributed to by this guy right here, Brian Mansell, so he's even doing the arm cross right there. He's reenacting the scene as we speak. Joshua Johnson is purportedly, according to Brian Mansell, the owner of the Legos, the so-called expensive Legos. They're maybe not worth $200,000 we thought they were, but that's neither here nor there at this point. We're this deep. All kinds of other things have happened other than the Lego heist. But anyway, so this guy, Josh Johnson, he's supposedly the one that said to Brian Mansell, basically F off. You're not going to be able to sue me. Ha ha he he. And so like, as I was getting ready to come onto the live stream today, I'm getting my water, I'm getting my stuff, and it's like, I don't know, it's like some part of me was kind of like dreading like a little bit getting on here, even though I'm so excited. I have been excited for days to tell you all about all this stuff I found. And it's because it just takes a certain special kind of like attention and energy to like explain it in words. And the more I try to explain it, the more convoluted I realize that it really is. It's like there's why. It's like in the process of explaining it or thinking about how I'm going to explain it to make it the easiest and, the least words and the most efficient and economical and all of that, I'm like, I keep having like I have a very, if it's not obvious now, very visual mind. It's very like I see things in my mind like this, like kind of like this is a 2D representation of it's like they're like words exist in places in my actual mind, and then I can almost see inside like I'm watching a movie or something. Like, so I guess you call it like a very vivid imagination. And so as I'm thinking about how annoyed I am and how like frustrating it is to try to, like why are they doing like it all really comes back to they could have just gave the like, I'm sure a lot of y'all are having these same type of thoughts and stuff. As you're, the people that are like really deep into it like I am. But I then read this is the image I'm going to show y'all. This is like a 7-minute long video. It keeps coming back into my mind when I think about how complicated, convoluted, complex this all is. Okay, so this is body camera footage from like in an annoying way, right? Like it's like, why is it this much going on? This is body camera footage from March 10th, earlier this year, March 10th, 2026. It's one of those BAM sucks videos, 7 minutes and 43 seconds long. It's got it's got 16,000 views 11 days ago. So the title of the video is Reckless Ben Attempts to Serve Joshua Johnson. I was going back through a lot of this footage recently. Some of it I've still never seen. Certainly I have not seen all the unredacted, and I'm just trying to kind of make my way through as I can. That was something else that I did this weekend. I watched a few hours of different body camera footage, but a lot of it, like I said, I had seen before. So this is in the timeline, roughly where, okay, so this is March 10th. Reckless Ben, the store is closed. Reckless Ben has not put out any YouTube videos about the matter yet. This was months ago, and it would be months before he would put a YouTube video out about the matter. But this is the point in the story where he had gone to the store in an attempt to recover the Legos. The store, the manager, person at the store, the person working at the store, Amanda, had sent him away a few times, and he maybe had tried to call Josh, and Josh wouldn't answer, so they go to serve him with the lawsuit. Before Ben could serve the lawsuit or even file the lawsuit, remember, it got rejected because he didn't make a so-called good faith effort to resolve the issue. Like, he didn't send a demand letter or whatever. So Ben had gone. They had tried to talk to Josh. Josh didn't want to hear it. Maybe excuse me, maybe the rubber duck incident had happened by now too. And and so he did finally get the ability to sue the entities. Ben did. This was after he had done that whole thing where they had assigned the debt to someone else with like a $10,000 each, so it could be small enough to go in small claims court and all of that. So he has now in hand his $10,000 lawsuit, small claims court, naming Josh, and he's trying to serve Josh. So that's where they are in this part of the body cam we're about to watch. And spoiler alert, Ben does get arrested. Now, this comes after Josh. Sorry. This comes after Josh had already, you know, Ammon and Josh, and I mean, they had been calling the cops in LA. They had been calling the cops everywhere, all over the place. And so, you know, Josh had already talked to the police. He talked to them a few days in a row, all that. So here we are in the saga. I don't know if, yeah, it comes on the BAM. The BAM Sucks videos are not in order, I don't think. So that always kind of confuses me. And that's why I had started trying to put them in order myself. So he does get arrested here. They tell him to get out of the car. What am I getting arrested for? They say criminal stalking. And he said, I'm literally just trying to serve the lawsuit. And he gets arrested, all that. So then the cop comes back over and tells Josh, you know, to give Josh the news.
I love you. I love you.
Hold on one second.
Okay, look at the, okay, whoa, hold on. The cop is laughing and giggling. Josh is, I love you, eating his apple on the phone, on speakerphone with Ammon.
5J47, will you hold the accident and show me out on Stores Avenue on the suspicious?
Look at him.
He hasn't said anything. Hello, officer.
There we go.
I love you.
So yeah,
He is too pleased.
I'm not totally in the loop on what's going on. Just know the officer in charge of the case. You want
He's just so happy. He is elated.
me to have you fill out a written statement?
Yes,
Does that
sir.
work?
I know I had seen this. A lot of this stuff I had seen, but it's like when you come back around to stuff again, like that's why I keep going back to that Forbes article over and over. Forbes? Yeah. Because it's like, oh, it's so much more like you have more of an idea what's going on, what has happened. And like, he's, I love you for getting Ben locked up. And like, when you really go back and look at the story, like, yeah, Ben was being like a little like, you know, antagonistic, but he wasn't doing anything against the law or threatening. He wasn't. Even that ducks in the box thing, maybe that's annoying. And yes, after you do annoying stuff to someone so many times, that can be criminal harassment. But truly, a lot of it, like the reason that Ben had to be there was that they wouldn't just take, Josh just wouldn't just take the lawsuit, wouldn't just take the paperwork. Like, even with the cops being there trying to hand Josh the paperwork, he wouldn't take it. It's fake. That's fake. And Ben's theory always has been, the reason that these people are acting so crazy is literally so they don't get sued. Like, they're trying to avoid going to court and they're acting crazy. And it's like putting that together, right? Like, I obviously knew that when he said it. I heard him. I'm sure he, you know, I'm like, I gave him deference. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure they don't want to get sued. Yeah. Now I have like 20 hours of live stream plus probably another 20, 30, who knows how many hours of just like on my own investigation. It's not just like simply like, oh, they just were trying to avoid a lawsuit. No. They have made trying to avoid a lawsuit their whole business and their whole personality. Joshua Johnson worked at Legally Mine LLC. Legally Mine LLC is a company which sells these kits and packages to people to avoid lawsuits and to avoid tax liability. So when I'm learning this more and more and seeing the connections and seeing how entrenched they all are, and then I come back around and watch some of this body camera footage, like the man is gleeful that he just lied to police, in part, misrepresented things as well, and got the man that was trying to sue him in civil court locked in a cage. Like,
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll give that to you.
Okay, I love you.
You're welcome to wait inside your house if that's what you'd prefer.
Yeah, their video and
okay.
for their YouTube channel.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go ahead and step into my car, and then when you're ready with that, you can.
look at the man's eyes. Look at the man's demeanor.
Just step out. I'll come grab it from you.
Oh my God. Somebody called him Cookie Monster and I can't unsee it.
Okay.
What was he arrested for? What was the charge?
Criminal stalking.
Criminal stalking. That
He's going to say, that's what everyone's been saying.
channel.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go ahead and step into my car, and then when you're ready with that, you can just step out. I'll come grab it
Sweet.
from you. Okay.
What was he arrested for? What was the charge?
Criminal stalking.
Criminal stalking. That's what everybody. Yep. Sweet.
Yeah, so.
Thank you.
I don't know the details of the case other than that. So.
You're the greatest.
So what about all of his buddies that have been joining?
And here's Ammon on the phone. What about everybody else? What about all of his buddies? What about all of his buddies that have been joining? This is why I haven't even attempted, and I won't attempt to reach out to any of the people involved in the story and all that, because look, Ammon, what about all of his buddies? These people are literally making their whole identity about avoiding lawsuits. Saying this person and that person threatened them, sent a death threat, sent a this, that threat, knowing most of the stuff they said was either wasn't true at all or absolutely wasn't attributable to Ben. And he's gleeful. And so as I was like thinking about, you know, the other new stuff that we have added to the web, or I have added to the web, that we'll go over some of it today. And, you know, all of that, I just kept thinking about how happy Josh looked in this video. And now I realize, like, he probably looked so happy because he's like, you know, my asset protection scheme has worked. Once again, foolproof. It's worked again. He didn't sue the right LLC. When he comes to serve me papers, I'm just going to call the cops. When they do it, it's a strategy. But when it happens to them, it's illegal. He thinks that's it. He thinks it's over. Now, what I will say is that case against him by Reckless Ben, it's still ongoing in Oregon. And there's some type of hearing on it on the 17th in Oregon. So, anyway. No, I'm not talking about reaching out to Ammon and them. So, speaking of people involved in the story, one of them has a YouTube channel. And I did share this YouTube channel with
Josh
y'all.
Johnson.
I did share this YouTube channel with y'all already previously on the channel, here on the live show, and on videos that I've made for the live show, like, you know, clips and different, like, not lives. Okay, he's at 7,000 subscribers. Y'all should go subscribe to him because he was actually the one that's like in this video right here that we were just watching. The cops go talk to them. That's him right there. And he was like asking the cop like about bail and stuff. And so he also got arrested himself wrongfully. And so this is his YouTube channel. Now, he made a video last night that I want to watch on today's live show because it is about Josh Johnson and other things, and it's an exclusive. He just put it out 15 minutes ago. I was like, I know I want to open the show tomorrow with this. Sheldon Norcross has 40,000 views. It's like highly hyped, and the title is I Caught Bricks and Minifigs Lying. It's only 8 minutes and 42 seconds. They lied. I have the original police report.
The incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "They're worth
Okay. Sorry. It auto-played. Sheldon. Yeah, I'm showing it. Yeah, Can y'all hear it? Okay. So, let me like it. The description box says, yeah, I've had the original police report this entire time. They, without a doubt, are lying about everything. Okay, let's watch it. I'm trying to make it, yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
asked Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, there were 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over.
What up, everybody?
Coffeezilla also shared text messages. I think it might have been in his like Patreon or something, but somebody ended up putting them out on the Reddit. Hold on one second. Sorry, I had to send a text message. So I can literally do one thing at once. Okay. So, I think I have those text messages too. I can try and find them too. Just in the process of talking about this, but this is the Sheldon Norcross video. This is a tactic. Wait, hold on. This is a tactic to not serve him. Well, constructive notice doesn't count for something as serious as a temporary restraining order. Like you have to, especially enforcement. It's like an earthquake or something. My house is shaking. The tactic is a tactic not to serve. You can't just say, oh, he knew there was a restraining order because he talked about it online. That's not how that works. You have to serve notice. Okay, I was reading y'all's comments. Okay, so I think I have the texts. He's talking about this, like Sheldon leads his video off with this Coffeezilla thing, clip from the Coffeezilla video and the investigation documentary that Coffeezilla made. And in the Coffeezilla documentary video thing he made, he says that Josh told him there were 2 to 3 items on layaway in the store, the Salem Kaiser store in question. But Coffeezilla text messaged, or somehow these four screenshots of text messages came out between what allegedly, that's what's being presented as if it's between Josh Johnson and Coffeezilla. And Coffeezilla is asking him questions and Josh Johnson is responding. And so in the course of these conversations, these text messages, I saw them on the Reddit. Y'all probably saw them too, some of y'all. It says, Coffeezilla asks Josh Johnson, why did you tell the police the vast majority of the items were on layaway? And Josh said, basically, I didn't say that. And he was like, maybe the police misinterpreted. Maybe the police misinterpreted what I said, or maybe, they got their own impression from it. And Coffeezilla was like, but why would you tell them vast majority? Let me see if I can find I'll just read it to y'all. All right, I'm going to have to open it on a different window and stuff. Hold on. Sorry. I think it would just be more useful. I think it would be more useful if y'all could just see it and it's not me trying to remember what they said. Coffeezilla, Josh Johnson texts. Okay. So these text messages were released on the Reddit. I don't know if somebody got them from Coffeezilla's Patreon, which I am subscribed to. I just haven't been going on there or anything. And it's these 4 screenshots. You see what I mean? This is what I was describing. I'm pretty sure it was really confusing how I read it the first time. I'm pretty sure it's like this first and then this. Yeah, so it goes 1 here and then 2 here. And I would have expected to read it like this way. But anyway, so it's basically like just, this is the conversation. All right, so I'm just going to zoom in. It says, from Coffeezilla, you told the police The quote, vast majority, and CoffeeZilla, again, this came from a Reddit post. I'm about to just put that on my thing because, like, y'all were, picking up my excessive use of the word public yesterday. I did do that on purpose. Somebody was like, this dumb bitch is obsessed with the word public. No, this absolutely not in any way dumb. Absolutely not in any way bitch. Has been sued for defamation before. And guess what? One of the factors that courts weigh in defamation suits and harassment suits and all of that is they weigh out a lot of variables, but one of them is the stuff you're talking about in public and made for the public to see, and is it a public record? Is it a matter of public concern? Because the more of those boxes that an issue or a document or whatever checks off, the more protected are our God-given rights that we are born with, inalienable, to exercise them, right? So the more protected our rights are. And so we already know Ammon and Dan and the rest of them are very litigious. We already know they're not to be trusted. You can't trust anything they say. So in my opinion, that means they're liars. So liars who are not to be trusted, who already have a track record of suing people for BS, I'm not giving them a reason. I'm not giving them one reason. They are going to look stupid and owe me attorney's fees if they try to sue me. And it is because I do all of this work to the disclaimers and this is public. Y'all think I like saying that over and over? No, it aggravates me probably more than you. That we can't just talk. Why are you self-censoring? Next person wants to bitch about self-censoring. Donate $1 million to my legal fund. That's about how much the last lawsuit I was entangled in cost. Donate $1 million to my legal fund and then tell me what the fuck to do. Until then, perhaps have you considered learning how to read yourself? Otherwise, this is my channel. Anyway, so these are from the Reddit, okay? These were posted publicly in the Reddit. Okay. So this apparently, purportedly is a text. Here. Between CoffeeZilla and Josh Johnson. CoffeeZilla is the green bubble and text bubble, chat bubble, whatever. And then Josh supposedly is the white. So CoffeeZilla is like, you told the police, quote, the vast majority of items in the store were layaway items. Now, this is interesting to me too, because I need a visual aid. Think about it as if it's like a Venn diagram or like, okay, think about the store, right? We have a store. I just want something to hold. Hold on. Okay. Just like, okay, this is some hair oil. Just okay. So you have a store. Just pretend this is a store. If the vast majority of the items in the store are layaway items, but also the vast majority or the majority or even half of the store, is Brian Menzel's Star Wars Lego collection, wouldn't that then necessarily mean a large, perhaps, or some percentage of the layaway items in the store are Brian Mansell's items? Do you follow? I know it's hard to say it in words. I want to draw it. I need my whiteboard. If the vast majority of the items in the store are on layaway, which is weird, and half the store is Brian Mansell's stuff, that would logically, mathematically mean at least some layaway is Brian Mansell's. Now, why was he... I'm not good at math. I know. Why was he saying that? That's the other question. Why was he saying that? Ketchup said they still belong in the store. Probably a lot more than 2 or 3. Right. So anyway, this is the text messages. You told the police. CoffeeZilla posted this somewhere. Somebody got a hold of these. You told the police, to Josh Johnson, the vast majority of the items in the store were layaway items. And then Josh says, that is either an exaggeration by the police, immediately pointing the finger to somebody else, throwing the police under the bus, or a mistake by me. So, in other words, the vast majority of the items in the store were not layaway items. That's his new story. So he's changing his story. So this first sentence right here is another way of saying I'm changing my story, or I lied when I said the first thing to the police. You see how they do with words, but I can undo it. But it takes a lot of I can do it fast in my head, but then you have to explain it. So you told the CoffeeZilla, you told the police the vast majority of the items in the store were layaway items. He said, basically, a long sentence. No, I didn't say that. Or if I did, it was a mistake. Anyway, the text goes on. Josh says, A, there was no list left of any layaway. They love putting a space between words. There was no list left of any layaway. Did he go to school with Dan under his tutelage? Minifigs. Josh said the only layaway I am aware of was the Ewok village. I swear, I'm going to one day have to learn what an Ewok village is, but not today. B, Josh said I had nothing to do with the day-to-day operations of the store, even though he was the owner. I wouldn't know if there were layaways. I wouldn't have been asked about it either. Well, then why did you tell the cops that the vast majority, right? All of this stuff in response to the question, you told the police the vast majority of items in the store were layaway items. And he don't stop. He keeps going and going and going and going and going. All this to why did you tell that to the police? He should have said, I would have expected him to say, I don't remember saying that to the police. I don't think I would have said that. Or, yeah, I said that. No, I didn't say that. The police, whatever. Mistake by me. He said there was no list left. Okay, then why did you say the vast majority? The question is, why did you say that? There was no list left. Okay, so you made something up? I wouldn't know if there were layaways. I wouldn't have been asked about it either. Amanda, the store manager, throwing her under the bus. Or the 2 employees that were under Crystal and Brandon. Oh, the 2 employees that were there under Crystal and Brandon? Oh, I guess there were 2 employees in the store and they worked under both management of Crystal and Brandon. Somebody told me yesterday there was $3,000 of sold, $3,000 worth of Star Wars that sold. That may match the list. Okay, watch how CoffeeZilla's question. Look, this is how you know you're dealing with a high freaking level manipulator. You ask one question, simple question, and you walk away with a very complex homework assignment that's going to take you days. That's how you know. Write that one down. When you ask somebody one question, and it usually is to explain themselves in some way, and somehow, some way, you end up with a homework assignment. Watch how masterful this lunatic is at it. Now, he's dealing with the best of the best with CoffeeZilla. I'm sure he didn't fall for that, or maybe he did. I don't know. But Josh, the simple question is, you told the police that the vast majority of items in the store were layaway items? And this is well, I didn't have a list. I had nothing to do with the day-to-day. Throws the police under the bus first. Throws Crystal under the bus next. Then after Crystal, he's putting all the LLCs. Caledonia LLC and then McKinsey LLC before you get to me. Oh, but I was told some hearsay yesterday. There was $3,000 sold of Star Wars. That may match the list from when Brandon took over. It may match the list. Yeah, it could. Yeah, maybe. It wouldn't be unreasonable to believe some or all. Oh, maybe it was the way I thought it was. Okay, so this is number 2. Erase, strike what I said earlier. Wouldn't be unreasonable to believe that some or all was layaway. Hold on. See how confusing this is? No, I was right the first time. Unstrike. Okay, so he says, someone told me yesterday there was $3,000 of Star Wars that may match the list from when Brandon took over and when we signed in January. It wouldn't be unreasonable, Josh says, to believe some or all of that is layaway. It wouldn't be unreasonable to believe some or all of $3,000, but you told the cops the vast majority. So now he's saying, oh no, it was like 3,000, maybe some of that was layaway, maybe all of it, but still even all of it, even if all of it was, it would be $3,000 worth. That doesn't sound like the vast majority of a store. Right? Or I'm tripping. And then Josh says, but you got to hit up the other LLC because it ain't me LLC. I wouldn't be the one to be reliable on that. No shit. What have you been reliable on except acting crazy? I was not involved in many details of the store. Okay. Something I would have said, but did you say? What does this mean? This means nothing. This means nothing. The question, if you recall, you told the police the vast majority of items in the store were layaway items. He's gone on a rant. He's still going. Well, something I would have said. What did you say? The police said the vast majority is layaway. So you said that. Why? Well, something I would have said. What doesn't mean anything? Would have said when? What did you say is the question. Something I would have said is, it is unknown what is layaway and what isn't. Okay, but that is a direct contradiction to the vast majority of items is layaway. A police officer may something I would have said is, it is unknown what is layaway and what isn't. They all could be. Who knows? Well, you're the owner. You're supposed to know, stupid. A police officer may interpret that differently. A police officer would go from, it is unknown what is layaway and what isn't. They all could be layaway. Who knows? Maybe a police would then say the vast majority is layaway items. Then he keeps going. We would have held on to them for a period of time in case there was a lat away. It is also reasonable to believe. We're not talking about reasonable to believe, you stupid ass. Like, you can tell that he's just used to scheming all the time. Like, what would people believe? What's reasonable? What are reasonable? Well, we could say this, we could say that. But he's talking to CoffeeZilla and he's supposed to be answering factual questions like, did you tell the cops X, Y, Z? Because the only person in the position to know what was said to the cops is the person who said it and the cop that it was said to. Maybe there was body cam, maybe there wasn't. And that's where the Sheldon Norcross video comes in. And we're going to watch it next. He got his hands on the police report that I think CoffeeZilla was referencing when he said, you told the police the vast majority of items in the store was layaway. Here's Josh. It would be reasonable to believe all those layers away sets have been sold. That wouldn't be reasonable to believe, especially if it's the vast majority. But it almost sounds like he's scheming, like, oh, let's run this by CoffeeZilla and see which one sticks. Yeah, let me offer you this one. Wouldn't it be reasonable to believe? Bitch, I'm asking you as the store owner where the shit is. Excuse my language. All of this to the simple question, you told the police the vast majority, all of this, and it just makes him seem so untrustworthy, unreliable, and like a liar, in my opinion. It's reasonable to believe all those layaway sets had been sold. It would be easy to figure out exactly how many there were. Okay, all right. Remember what I told y'all? You ask a simple question and walk away with a very complex homework assignment. We're coming around the bend on that one. It would be easy to figure out. So easy that Josh Johnson doesn't do it himself, by the way. Exactly how many there were. Look at all those sales records for 2 freaking months, from November 14th to January 14th. See what Star Wars sets were sold. Oh, is that all? Look at 2 months worth of sales and see which Star Wars sets were sold? Okay. That's not all. Maybe an Excel spreadsheet could do that. But you're going to have to do some algebra next before Josh answers your question. See what Star Wars sets were sold. Look at the SAPE price. I think he meant sale price, the price it sold for. And what the sale price should have been. Oh, now you got to do percentages. All right. Wait, where's the next one? Oh, got cut off down here. But you see where he was going. He was telling CoffeeZilla to do all kinds of math. CoffeeZilla said, but what I don't understand is why the officer would put in his report that you said that. That's exactly what I'm trying to say, Coffee. I mean, we're on the same wavelength on this one. Why is he saying all this stuff and giving homework assignments and math problems and projects? Why did you tell the police that the vast majority of the store was layaway? Well, that'll be easy to figure out. Go in the cash register, look at the POS, go for 2 months. Dude, what? He keeps going. He don't answer the question. Like the Ewok Village. Look at what we sold it for. Right, so you have to go look at the Star Wars and see if Ewok Village, yeah, that's Star Wars. Okay, how much is it sold for? What was the sale price? Do the percentage, do the calculation. Was it sold for 30%? Oh, that means it was layaway. What? Why don't you just say what you said to the cops? That's the question. And CoffeeZilla's like, I don't understand why the officer put that in his report. That you said that, if it isn't true. The Ewok Village, look what we sold it for, what the real sale was, normal sale price. With that one, you would be able to see Crystal took, say, 500 and we collected another 300. What? They make a lot of allegations that other people are on drugs, but I'm starting to wonder myself about some of them. Anyway, so he finally gets around to answering CoffeeZilla's actual question, like, why did you say that to the cops? He said, I don't know. What officer? When was that? I don't control what they put in their report. That's cops over there down the street, LLC. But, the irony here is he does control what they put in their report because he basically pressured and bullied them, from what I saw in the body camera footage, in my opinion, to arrest Ben and all his friends. CoffeeZilla just put the report in there. Kaiser Police, May 6th. Jennifer Stearns was the officer, 2025. Y'all, this idiot said, oh, that's understandable. I was angry. I was out of my mind angry, he said. I was pissed. Nothing I said was coherent or reliable. Is that right? What? Imagine dating this freak. Imagine having to be in an arranged marriage or something with him. Why did you tell the police the vast majority of the items in the store were layaway? Oh, go do all this math. CoffeeZilla is basically like, no. Why did the police put that in their report? I don't know what officer, when, who, what, where. I don't control them. Okay, so here's the report. Kaiser Police, May 6th. Jennifer Stearns, 2025. Oh, that's understandable. I was out of my mind, angry. Come again. I was pissed, he said. Nothing I said was coherent or reliable. Well, at least he admitted it. Let's just look at the sale records. Just forget about what I said to the cops. I was pissed. Anyway, moving on. Go do all those math problems that I told you to do, little boy. That's like, the vibe here. He's also now scheming again in his scheming language. It's reasonable to believe nobody is going to lay away small ticket items. Only say 500 in value or more. So look at the sets that were sold for 500 and have a retail. He's sending him on a wild goose chase. And that's what I feel like these LLC shell games are. It's to be a wild goose chase so no one ever knows who to sue. Like a racket. But it's not RICO. It's not a crime. Okay. You can tell he's a liar because he continually deflects. All right. So that was that. Now, Sheldon got his hands a while back. He said he's had it for a long time through FOIA, through the Freedom of Information Act, some records. And he read them in this very enlightening video that you should go to his channel. Let's see if we can get him to 10,000. It's Monday. I think he should be able to get to 10,000 because his video is going crazy. So I think we could get him. Let's just get him to 10,000. I think we should try to. I mean, can we do it this week? I think we could. I think it could happen. Let's have a subscriber-thon for him. All right. Anyway, okay. So he put this video out last night and he references like a vast majority thing. And it did make me think of the CoffeeZilla text messages. So without further ado.
Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote, "They're worth 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over."
What up, everybody?
Right.
Josh Johnson, the incoming owner, and he responded, quote,
How many layaways were left over? Oh, this must have been the first question. How many layaways were left over when you took the store? Do you know? He said 2 to 3 items. And that's probably when CoffeeZilla was like, you said the vast majority was layaway. And then Josh's final story is he doesn't actually know. But he doesn't remember telling the cops that the vast majority of the store was layaway items. And the reason is he was out of his mind, angry and pissed, and not coherent or reliable.
"They're worth 2 to 3 items on layaway when they took over."
What up, everybody? So what we got here is another Bricks and Minifigs
One
lie.
like the other one.
What they didn't know is that
Another
your boy
lie.
Sheldon has had the police report this entire time. And I saw CoffeeZilla's video, and I remember thinking, like, didn't I see something about there being consignments? Or, yeah, not consignments.
Layaway.
What did they say it was? It was layaways. I know I saw something in the police report about layaways. And what do we have here?
Shout out to Valhalla in the chat. Shout out to Making Law Simple in the chat. Make sure y'all check out Making Law Simple.
And this is the original police report. I unlike the American Fork Police Department, I did redact everyone's personal information.
Okay.
So, you know, a guy with 7 videos under his belt is more
Shout out to him.
more competent than the entire American Fork Police Department's
He's funny.
3 brain cells put together. So that is stunning that they are that dumb. But let's get into it. Mr. Mansell was displeased that no arrests have been made this far. And after speaking with me at length about his belief in the criminal...
So this is actually from Kaiser. This is from Kaiser. And this is the store, you know, the store in question. And it says on May 5th, this is last year, Brian Mansell, the guy who owned the Legos collection or whatever, he said that he wanted arrests. He was disappointed that no arrests were made. That's like a totally different tone than what these Darvo lunatics have now tried to strike in this case. Because, yeah, I do think Reckless Ben has done a good job and he's won the PR war. But, like, it's still like these insidious freaks still were able to, at least in the legal system, position themselves as if they were somehow some type of victim. So like their original, what they did wrong, in my opinion, and possibly even like illegally, there was, you know, police reports written about it. That kind of has fallen to the wayside. I mean, everybody knows about the Lego thing, but like all this other stuff besides, oh, they stole the man's Legos. Like it's like a lot more than just that. So I like how it's like, okay, wait, yeah, what, like this guy is the victim and he's like, can you arrest these people? They have my stuff. Like really it is like, I mean, the CoffeeZilla video did kind of like readjust the price. I think it's compelling. Like the original $200,000 figure was apparently like not reliable anyway. It was like Crystal Law just like looked around the house and was like, oh yeah, $200,000. And then once they got like more thorough look at everything, it was less than that. But even if it was like $70,000, even if it was like $10,000, Brian, it doesn't belong to them. Or Brian Mansell has the right to get some type of redress. Like we can't live in a world or a society where the business laws allow it to where somebody can just like lose their stuff and have nowhere to turn. The buck does have to stop with somebody. And I think the buck is going to end up needing to stop with the people who were able to sell and convert those goods, aka Bricks and Minifigs corporate, because Josh Johnson was a corporate employee. Yeah, they converted the store into a owned franchise, whatever, like at 2 months after, but like he still was a corporate employee. Brandon Best was a corporate employee. He was doing the inventory for corporate. Like, this is a conflict of interest that I think is probably impermissible. I don't know, but I hope the FTC or somebody looks into it.
Nature of this case, he provided me with more photographs. I called Mr. Best and asked him if he knew what happened with the inventory with the yellow stickers after the night Mrs. Law was escorted from the building. He stated he was not sure what had happened to everything and hadn't been in charge of the store until the end of March. And corporate had another manager come in and manage the store until the transfer of ownership was...
Sorry, I'm not even paying attention because I'm trying to find a comment on here. I'm trying to make somebody out. Oh, mod. I've been meaning to. Oklahoma from my other channel. You were watching... Oh, Valhalla. Oh, y'all were already watching his video? Oklahoma, if you comment again, like right now, I can wrench you. Otherwise, I'm going to have to do it later again. I keep meaning to. I saw your comment. Thank you so much to, oh, wow. There's like a few of these. Oh, my. Okay. Wait, whoa. Thank you so much to Mocon for the $49.99. Nothing to add. You have this under control. Thank you for your time and effort in bringing these corruptions to light. Thank you for the very generous donation. Thank you so much to Just Damn Darren. Thank you so much to Just Damn Darren for the $25 super chat. You are karma incarnate. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. Keep serving these idiots the bad karma they begged for. Wow. That's a really cool comment. Thank you. I like that. Thanks so much to Dan for the £2 super chat. Did you see the police report Sheldon posted? Yeah, we're in there right now. Thanks so much to Never REI for the £5 super chat. Hang on. Didn't Crystal... A revenge clause. Didn't Crystal also say she had a lot of layaway? Yeah, they're talking about that's the store they're talking about. Never REI. They're talking about the layaway. That layaway in that store that Josh said most of the store, vast majority of the store was layaway or whatever crazy he said. Thank you so much to Blah Blah for the $2 Canadian super chat. Josh is trying to hide 2020. Something happened. Well, if something happened, I'll find out. With the public records and legal means. Thanks so much to Trail Tail Treats for the $39.99. Daddy McNeff talked about a revenge clause. I'm wondering what that is. Thanks so much to Shorky Dog Mom Coffee Lover for the $1.99 super chat. How much is the LDS Church invested in this case? Maybe none. I mean, it's not making them look great. Even though I don't think the actions of these guys should be attributable to the whole Mormon church. Some of y'all disagree. That's your right, but I'm just saying my opinion. Thanks so much to Gesundheit for the $9.99. Thank you for being with us here every day. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here with me every day. MLS came up with a number higher than CoffeeZilla's. And CoffeeZilla did say that it was not, that he wasn't going with like the high end. He was going with, like middle of the road value. But for me, it was kind of compelling that Crystal did say the way she valued it was just kind of looking around. But even I'm saying it might be worth $200,000. It might be worth more than that. I have no idea. Y'all know I don't even have a Lego. All right. So I don't even have one Lego brick. I thought it was called Lego blocks till like 2 weeks ago. So I don't really know how much, the Star Wars sets would be worth and all of that. But the fact Crystal did admit and concede that she really did that wasn't like a value that she like really did as an appraisal. I would be willing to accept that the whole collection was worth less than $200,000. But even I only say that as a caveat of like, still, if it was $25,000, what the hell? They shouldn't be able to just take it. and convert it. But I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. Okay, I'm still looking for Oklahoma Outlaw. All right, I can't find you right now. Sorry. I'll have to do it later because I can't do it from the back from StreamYard. So, Lego valuation is going through a crisis right now too. That's another big topic. Interesting. This is another point I've been thinking about too. Jason says, yeah, but all their values are based on sales. The value to a store is way more. One Lego set could bring in 1,000 people who all spend $10 in the store and they don't even sell the one set. Or the value of something is the price people are willing to pay, especially in the retail market, in the resell market. You also can convert them for favors or whatever. I mean, there's like, it's kind of like a video that lends itself to cash and trading and, you know, stuff like that. I don't know. I've also been thinking about the fact that there's two separate businesses. All right. This is something that I kind of thought about this weekend, and we'll get into this later on as we go through the video and look at the lawsuits and different things. But there are two businesses, and I forget this. I knew it, but it's like holding it at the front of my mind now here. Bricks and Minifigs. Bricks and Minifigs is one business. Then there is the franchising of other locations of that business, right? So Ammon McNeff, and it was actually re-watching the Reckless Ben video because that brought this to my mind and really put it in the forefront, because when you walk up to that office, or when Ben did, I have never been there, you can see in the camera, the spy camera glasses or whatever, on the glass of the building, there's the BAM franchising logo taped on there, but then there's also the Bricks and Minifigs. And so remember, this whole enterprise started because there was one store, and I believe it was 2011, these two guys, Dave and John or something, they started the first Bricks and Minifigs store. One was in Washington, and then they started another one in Oregon. And this is in like 2011 or something. It wasn't until like 2017 or 2018 that they sold the business. But by that time, I think in 2014, they set up the franchising. 2017, that's when Matt and Ammon McNeff got involved as just, I guess, being managers at a store. And that's what we're going to talk about today, the whole assignment thing. And so 2011, the two guys meet and start Bricks and Minifigs. One's in Oregon, one's in Washington. 2014, they start franchising, or 13 or 14, something like that. 2016, 17, Ammon and Matt get involved in the business at all. And then 2018, they buy it. Now, we learned recently that it wasn't just them buying it. There was some other stakeholders invested in the business as well, and that is the company that Ammon was the president of, at least at some points, Legally Mine LLC, an asset protection firm. Why the hell is an asset protection business buying a franchise? Running a franchise, investing in a franchise company. What? Anyway, so back to Sheldon. Now that I'm on that rabbit hole, let's go back a little bit.
The night Mrs. Law was escorted from the building, he stated, police department, I did redact everyone's personal information. So, you know, a guy with 7 videos under his belt is more competent than the entire American Fork Police Department's 3 brain cells put together. So that is stunning.
3 brain cells put together.
But let's get into it. Mr. Mansell was displeased that no arrests have been made this far. And after speaking with me at length about his belief in
Brian Mansell, the guy who the Legos belong to, him and his dad or whatever, he's like, can you arrest somebody? What the hell? I'm mad. Which, understandable.
Criminal nature of this case, he provided me with more photographs. I called Mr. Best and asked him if he knew what happened with the inventory.
Okay, wait, hold on. He missed some stuff. Let me read what he skipped. Mr. Mansell was displeased that no arrests had been made thus far, and after speaking with me at length about his belief about the criminal nature of this case, he provided me with more photographs. So Brian Mansell's trying to get the cops to do something. He told me that the photographs he sent were taken the evening Crystal Law was escorted out of the store. Further, in one of the photographs is Brandon Best, who Brian Mansell claimed to not know anything about. Who Mr. Mansell, Brian Mansell claimed, so that's Brandon Best, and according to Brian Mansell, Brandon Best had claimed he had no idea about those consignment sets. The photographs themselves were evidently taken from the inside of the store by Crystal Law before she left. I looked at the photographs and noted, I'm reading this only because he doesn't read it. So once, I read this paragraph, then we'll get back to his video, but he skips down. I look at the photographs and noted multiple boxes of sets that had a round yellow sticker on the box with a price tag over the top. Some had a hang tag on the separate mini figurines. This is how Mr. Mansell described the display of his sets. He claimed Crystal Law put the yellow sticker and price tag over it to differentiate between his items and others. Okay, I have heard about the yellow stickers, but I'm glad I'm getting another source here, and this is in a police report from May last year. The photos show approximately 17 larger sets, 5 micro fighter sets, and 27 minifigures. Adding up what I could see as far as pricing goes, the total value is estimated at over $6,200. That doesn't include the microfighter sets and 18 other figures I could not see a price on. So she's like, there was a bunch of stuff. I saw pictures, 17 pictures. I quickly added up what I could see a price on. It's at least $6,000, $6,200, but there's a lot of other stuff that I couldn't see a price on. One photo shows Brandon Best in the background, who I confirmed via the Ring recording of Miss Law being escorted out. Okay, so though I don't know why he skipped those couple paragraphs, but I wanted to read that with y'all and for my own self too.
Speaking with me at length about his belief in the criminal nature of this case, he provided me with more photographs. I called Mr. Best and asked him if he knew what happened with the inventory of the yellow stickers after the night Mrs. Law was escorted from the building. He stated he was not sure what had happened to everything and he hadn't been in charge of the store until the end of March. And corporate had another manager come in and manage the store until...
Wait, I need to write that down for my timeline. Hold on. Hadn't been... See, I'm really trying to clamp down on their timeline because I am trying to get the succession plan. I think I have an idea of what they're doing. It has to do with conversions of LLCs to corps. Okay, so Brandon is claiming Brandon Best, and he's like an enigma to me. Brandon Best claims police report to Kaiser PD. Quote, hadn't been in charge of the store until March, not since March. Y'all see that? He stated he wasn't sure. Brandon Best, when asked, what happened to the yellow stick? What's the yellow sticker thing? This is the police's report. She said, well, Brandon said he wasn't sure what happened to everything. He said he wasn't put in charge of the store until the end of March. But when was the store taken over? November, remember? Until the end of March. So that means from November 14th through at least March 2020. So November 14th, 24 until March 2025. Y'all, I have a whole theory, and it has to do with the fact that Taxes are due on April 15th. Okay. So November, December, January, February. So for 4 months, Brandon Best claims he was not in charge of the store. So that means it was a corporate store. So anytime during November 2024 and March 2025 that Brian Mansell asked about his set and he was sent to corporate by Josh, that was just Josh, who was corporate, saying, you got to go to corporate. But he was corporate. So I noticed that these people like to have their cake and eat it too. And that's really what's going to mess them up. The same way the dad does. On the one hand, he doesn't like the investigations. On the other hand, he says people don't investigate enough. On the one hand, it's go to corporate. Then you go to corporate and it's, oh, this is stalking. You got to pick one. You can't invite people to do something and then sue them for doing it. So here, according to this police report, I mean, this is a huge revelation. Because if you think about, okay, Crystal gets kicked out of her store in November. So for months, Brian is trying to, hey, I'm calling the cops. I'm trying to get something done. I'm trying to work. No, you got to go to corporate. He's getting the runaround. And all of that time, it was a corporate store. Because according to this police report, Brandon Best told the police he wasn't put in charge of that store until March. It's not looking good for Bricks and Minifigs, I'll say that. I'll say that. Okay.
The transfer of ownership was complete.
Oh my God, is this my cousin? Oh my God, is he my cousin? Hold on.
After the night, Mrs. Law was escorted from the building. He stated he was not sure what had happened to everything and he hadn't been in charge of the store until the end of March. And corporate had another manager come in and manage the store until the transfer of ownership was complete.
Watch this.
Right.
Oh my God, that's my cousin.
Yeah.
Cousin confirmed.
Right.
He is funny.
Right.
Right. Got it. Oh my God, look at it.
Corporate took over. Okay. So, but you guys didn't know about Brian's Legos, right?
Right. Exactly. That's why I'm saying this is a huge revelation. There's so much stuff in that 4-month period that's completely obliterated now. Because Brandon Best, now claiming he didn't take over the store. Now look, that's a fiction anyway as well. Because Brandon Best already owned other stores and was acting as a representative of corporate. According to the lawsuit paperwork that they filed themselves. He was a representative of corporate. So just because he then owned a store that I don't know if y'all disclosed appropriately, I'm still working on that.
Right?
Right.
Am I right?
You are. You are
Right.
right. Yes.
Right. They didn't know. How could they? You know, they just took over
Scroll.
completely.
How could they know about the Lego sets when they're the ones who took over the store completely?
Mr. Best claimed that corporate had seized everything in the store when it... I'm about to flip my desk. Is this... I can't believe I
Flip
forgot
it
about
over
this.
on them. Hypothetically, theoretically, not literally.
What?
It's crazy. The people are crazy
I
and they lie.
advise Mr. Best that if throughout the investigation someone is determined to have committed a crime, an arrest may occur. Please.
Arrest somebody. They got arrested.
Instead, it was us. We got arrested.
Exactly.
Are you guys kidding me? It would potentially be an aggravated theft one. It is.
It
They
is.
did this shit on purpose.
I see what
I
y'all
later
mean.
received...
The thing is, like, I've always believed in my gut, you know, my heart, my soul, my intuition that these people were up to no good. But you can't just go out and you know, make these allegations and things. And you shouldn't, even if you feel something in your gut, even if my gut is very, very reliable, you can't just go out there and just be, oh, yeah, they stole it. They did it on purpose. But now that I've done all these hours and hours of live streaming this research and stuff like that, I'm like, oh my God, there's some evidence pointing to the direction of these guys don't have the cleanest of all hands over there at the Bricks and the Minifigs.
Or Josh Johnson called. Unhappy
Wait,
that
let
I.
me rewind.
Are you guys kidding me?
So that's huge too. I mean, probably a lot of people are already focusing on this, so I won't focus too much on it. But in this police report, it says the police, like, I told Brandon Best. Throughout the investigation, if somebody is determined to have committed a crime, then we could arrest them. I also warned him that if the property amounted to more than $10,000, it would potentially be an aggravated theft. That's a one-time misdemeanor. That's a felony, class 2 misdemeanor. You want her arrested. Okay, so I advised him that somebody might get arrested if they lie into me, the cop said.
It would potentially be an aggravated theft one. It is. They did this shit on purpose. I later received word that Josh Johnson called, unhappy that I'd called Mr. Best, and spoke to him about potential crimes. I called him back.
That is crazy. Josh Johnson called the lady cop bullying her, unhappy that she had talked to the actual owner of the store, Brandon Best. I mean, that's what they're going with, right? Like, first it was supposed to be corporate had the store for 4 months. Then in March, Brandon took over. So obviously the cops are going to ask him. He was also there the night that, of course, she's going to talk to him. That is crazy. Something is wrong with Josh Johnson. Something is wrong with him. It might be clinical. It might require medical attention. He said he called the cop mad or, quote, unhappy that the cop had the bold-faced, unmitigated audacity to call the store owner who also was there the night of the changeover. Josh got mad at that. I later received word that Joshua Johnson called unhappy that I had called Brandon Best and spoke to him about potential crimes related to his case. Josh called, "You're talking about crimes?"
Learned that he is a franchise co-owner along with Mr. Best. Mr. Johnson told me that the business absorbs all inventory.
Joshua Johnson wasn't even mentioned in here. He wasn't even mentioned yet. That's how he entered the scene here. Josh Johnson is a control freak. He cannot help it but call and do this stuff. Look, he could have stayed out of this. It was his fault. He was calling to tell the cop what to do. I definitely think it's because she's a woman. I absolutely think he called complaining about the lady cop. I do. I don't really make stuff about women. You'll very rarely hear me say that. But I do think Josh Johnson hates women and hates people younger than him and just thinks everybody should like kiss his ass and bow down to him. I really do think that, including other cops that are younger than him and stuff. So he calls back. After all this stuff happened, Brian Mansell called, said, "I'm pissed. Can y'all arrest somebody?" The cops are doing an investigation. She calls the store owner, Brandon Best, and he's like, "Oh, I don't know. Corporate took over the store. I really don't know." That would have been it. That would have been it. Josh freaking Johnson got wind that the cops said, "All right, if y'all are lying to me and y'all have this man's Legos, like somebody might be dealing with criminal charges." Josh gets wind of that and calls her back, calls the station up, calls the police up. "Why are you talking about crimes? I'm the co-owner." Wait, you're the co-owner, but you're also the guy that took over for corporate? There's the first freaking sign of your problems, buddy. You can't do all this stuff where you're distancing yourself from the LLC and distancing yourself from the company and saying I had nothing to do with the operations and I had nothing to do with the layaway. And then also simultaneously, when stuff starts hitting the fan, call and holler at the cops for looking into what you're doing. Something wrong with him. Something is wrong with him.
In the store once it's taken over. Owned or not, called him back. I later received word that Josh Johnson called, unhappy that I'd called Mr. Best, and spoke to him about potential crimes. I called him back and learned that he is a franchise co-owner along with Mr. Best. Mr. Johnson told me that
even though he wasn't listed as the co-owner on the franchise disclosure document of 2025,
the business absorbs all inventory in the store once it's taken over. Owned or not, you know, they just get a free pass to...
And see how that's vague? Which business? That's very vague. Which business? Is it Bricks and Minifigs the store? Bricks and Minifigs franchising? Bricks and Minifigs LLC? What is the business? Because y'all got about 50-11 of them. Afraid of lawsuits, Protect Your Ass LLC, and all of that. So I called him back and learned he is a franchise co-owner along with Mr. Best. Josh Johnson told me that the business, whatever the business is, there's a bunch of them, we don't know which one, absorbs all inventory in the store once it's taken over. I asked to see this contract, and Josh Johnson said he would attempt to get me a copy from corporate. I'll try, sweetheart.
Steal everything. You know, that's just how it works in Bricks and Minifigs, I guess. The rules of the world don't apply in a Bricks and Minifigs store. I asked to see this contract. What does it matter? Brian's contract wasn't worth anything. So why is your guys' trump his? What contract do you have that nullifies another contract?
Well, this is the cop asking Josh Johnson to see the contract he's talking about. Oh, there's a contract that says that y'all get to keep all the inventory in a store? Great, let me see it. Josh is like, I'll try.
Is this like a Golden Mormon contract? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I feel kind of like, I'm not going to say I feel bad, but like I do feel like a sympathy or something, like a compassion. I don't know. Like all those things sound like a demeaning or something, but like I feel like kind of bad. Like I feel kind of bad for Sheldon. Like he got arrested. He's been put through all this. He's just waiting for any moment for the TRO against him or whatever to show up at his door and him to be gagged in silence. He's making these videos. I don't know, like has to wait for people to make him thumbnails, which I offered publicly. I will make the thumbnails. I hope I don't get dragged into RICO for it. But I mean, that's my cousin. They probably dragging me in anyway, but I have never talked to these people. But I don't know. I feel bad for him. And then seeing him kind of like happy in this video made me feel happy.
Mr. Johnson stated he would attempt to get me a copy from corporate. Mr. Johnson added that there were many items in the back of the store at that time, but the vast majority of them were layaway items. But I thought there were only 2 to 3. You told CoffeeZilla there were only 2 to 3.
This is what we're talking about.
You know, I tried reaching out to CoffeeZilla. He didn't reply to me.
Dang.
Shout out CoffeeZilla. You're one of my favorite YouTubers, dude.
Aw.
I could have given you this. I mean, Ben could have given it to you, too. You know, why didn't you ask? All you had to do is a Freedom of Information Act.
I do think CoffeeZilla had it because of that vast majority thing. Oh, he did have it. We saw the picture. He sent, what's his name, a screenshot of it. He did have it. Someone did give it to him. He did have it. He sent Josh a screenshot of it and knew the cop and the date and all of that.
And you could have proven they lied again. I mean, you already proved the U-Haul. I'm just saying, you could have talked to me about what they said. And I told him, I texted him, I'm like, hey man, all these dudes do is lie. Like literally, it's all they ever do. I've never seen them. Somebody
said, what's FFS? It means for F word's sake. Like for say, yeah. Genevia said it.
Tell the truth about anything. You
Sorry,
could have talked to me about what they said, and I told him, I texted him, I'm like, hey man, all these dudes do is lie. Like literally, it's all they ever do. I've never seen them tell the truth about anything.
Wow,
it's just crazy that we're like still, that. You know, I haven't been served yet. I keep being like, well, this is my last video, you know what I mean? And then I keep not getting served.
Poor thing. I love that hat.
It's just so...
Is it Land Before Time? Is it like Petrie from Land Before Time? Or what was her name? Petey?
Frustrating. It's just unbelievable. The mass majority of them, there were many items in the back, but the mass majority of them were layaway items. He said that people would come in and prove...
In the back of the store. So he didn't say the vast majority of items in the store. That is how... Maybe I misread it, but that's what I think CoffeeZilla asked him in the text. Why'd you tell the cops that the vast majority of the items in the store? It's the back of the store. So that was the back of the store. That does make more sense. I mean, it made no sense to me that the vast majority of the items in the whole store were on layaway. I mean, that's a terrible business model. But there was a bunch of items in the back of the store. And they say in the vast majority of... The cop is saying Josh told her that the vast majority of the items in the back of the store were layaway items.
They put money down from item, pay the rest, to them, and they'd give the customer the item they'd paid for. Nice.
Nice.
Mr. Johnson added that a few of the items match what Mr. Mansell described as his, and those items were set aside. However, due to the claim that Mr. Mansell's continue to call the business despite being told not to. Phone calls? You guys owe this man $100,000.
Right.
I'd be calling too, wouldn't
Me
you
too.
guys?
Yeah.
And I think I've said, Brian's like a super...
It's like you gotta try to talk so that you don't go and like, you know, the hard way the place up or whatever. It's like that. Like we have to have open lines of communication. I don't think calling and saying, hey, can we work this out is harassment if you know that you have some of his stuff. And then they just keep lying. Like one of them will say, oh, we didn't have it. One of them will say, we do have it and we don't think we have to give it back. You know, there's, $2K worth of this, $3K worth of that. Like it's just a bunch of just different, it's a wild goose chase.
Nice guy, dude. Like, I don't know. It's just, it's the same rhetoric they've spit with us. It's just, he does not want to give these items to Mr. Mansell. He also added that he doesn't feel he needs to, since the store's inventory became his once he took it over.
Finders keepers. What? I took the store over and for corporate and now I'm the co-owner. Like, does corporate ever relinquish these stores? Do they always keep their little talons in there somehow?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Right.
So, which is it? Did corporate take over, like Brandon said? Because, you know, you just got two conflicting stories of what happened to the stuff.
Yeah.
By
Yeah.
the two different owners.
Right.
I called Mr. Mansell and gave him an update. At the request, please report this of the Mansell family. Please forward this report to the district attorney's office for review. And then we got, on May
Another
14th,
one.
I spoke with Trinity Jordan. So we're talking May 14th,
This is 2 weeks later.
2025. So over a year ago. I spoke with Trinity Jordan, whose firm represents the corporate office for Bricks and Minifigs.
Trinity.
But I thought you guys didn't know about it.
Okay.
I learned that the firm has been trying to resolve the issues between Brian and Bricks and Minifigs. No, they weren't.
And he knows. I
They
mean, he
just
was
went and
there.
got a lawyer, and then that was the end of it. You know, they lied again. You guys lied again.
They
Again!
lied.
I can't get over it, man. You
can't.
guys do nothing but lie.
I
And
hate
every
it.
time we have the proof, and nothing happens. It's so frustrating,
It is.
dude.
It is frustrating.
This is lies.
Stop lying.
You guys, and then it's like, oh, we'll give them back now, but we're gonna sue these guys for $1 million. Dude, you guys
their GoFundMe.
suck, man.
You're
the worst. You
They're
did
the
this shit
worst.
on purpose. I don't care. Clip this in court. You did this on purpose. The literal police report says corporate was involved. So how are you guys gonna act like, oh, now we're breaking up with Brandon and Josh? No, you guys schemed this. It was a scheme.
Yep.
You did this shit.
Brandon and Josh got fired, LLC.
You guys did this to Brian, bro.
Rawr.
Unbelievable. It
We
is
do it
so
different in
irritating
Utah.
to watch you guys go. And it's like, that's why you guys get caught lying in every video. There's no consistencies in any of your...
I got another lie to go over with y'all. We're only on the first little part of the story of the day. We're an hour and a half in. I got all kind of stuff to go over with y'all today. I mean, settle in. This is going to be a long one. We're doing a full shift today. I do think this is my cousin. Like this righteous indignation where it's just like, rah! That I feel that. Maybe it's Aries rising. I don't know. I would need to see his chart, but I think it's cousin.
stories at all. You guys aren't even good at lying. If you were a good liar, you would have shut up because you would have realized we've been caught with so many lies. It's just... To me, it's like unfathomable to be this stupid and bad at lying. If you're going to steal from old people, at least be good at lying, man. Please, you know.
Please.
It's common sense.
I mean, define good at lying because they are pretty good at it insofar as they seem very comfortable with it. The thing about lies is they can never actually withstand the truth. So like once the truth comes out, the lie just crumbles. But like actually they're pretty good at lying. They're actually pretty good at lying. They just get caught. Because when Josh Johnson was talking to the cops, I mean, he basically all but claimed to be an attorney. That's how I took it. I work at a law firm. This is illegal. Like, okay, put those two things together. This is illegal. When a class 2 missed, I want to arrest it. I work at a law firm. And it's like, okay, I work at a law firm. I'm going to put my house in a trust. Okay, well, why didn't you do that already, dumbass?
you know, it's just, I don't know, whatever. That end of rant, it's just, here's the police report. I can give it to people, I guess. I don't know. I got it from a Freedom of Information Act request like a really long time ago.
Nice.
And I forgot to ever mention that I'm the one who got this for the video. But yeah, just more lies, the usual. Nice. All right, well, see you guys. I'm sure.
Okay, let's read this paragraph too. There was some more here. On May 14th, 2025, I spoke with Trinity Jordan, whose firm represents the corporate office for Bricks and Minifigs. I learned that the firm has been trying to resolve the issues between Brian Mansell and Bricks and Minifigs. Mr. Jordan, a dude named Trinity, stated he did not receive an inventory list of items from Brian Mansell, which apparently was not true, that would have noted which Lego sets were in the store at the time of Crystal's departure. Mr. Jordan continued, the lawyer, continued to tell me that the items that Mr. Mansell has been communicating with the firm. That's not a sentence. Mr. Jordan continued to tell me the items that, and then there was nothing else. Nick said, Mr. Mansell hasn't been communicating with the firm, which claims to be trying to resolve the issue with Mr. Mansell. In the meantime, Lego sets in the store that could potentially be Mr. Mansell's have likely been set aside until confirmation on whether they are his. The lawyer stated he would email me with any further information, forward with the original supplementals to the DA's office. So, like, the district attorney does appear to have been actually sent this stuff to investigate. Now, it comes down to, is the district attorney going to pick it up? Yeah, any day now, Ammon and them are going to claim Bigfoot ate their homework and their Legos. Never happened versus we set them aside. Yeah, I mean, which one? Well, again, who stole your Legos? Nope, not me. Not BAM Franchising Inc. Mm-mm. Okay. Shout out to Sheldon Norcross. I'm hoping that he gets to 10,000 subscribers this week. I think he will. Because his video is going #viral and stuff. It's like getting hyped a lot, I'll say. Okay, so yeah, I did pick up on that likely set aside, Sarah. I just gave the benefit of the doubt to the police officer. I think what she probably meant was the sets that are likely to be his or whatever were set aside, and maybe she just put likely at the wrong part of the sentence. But I did notice that. What does that mean? Have likely been set aside? If that's literally what it meant, that ain't helping us. Easy to find the B&B address, cousin in the chat. Oh, you gotta watch the movie In the Gray. Okay. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Thank you to Justice Gypsy. Thank you for giving me a positive community to go to. Good vibes that come with true evidence. Yeah, well, and opinions too. And downloads for the mothership and all that. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, Kitty, for the $2 super chat. What's this in the chat about the U-Haul GPS? I haven't looked into that too much yet. I'm kind of like trying to stay in my own rabbit hole over here right now with the companies and the lawsuits and the legal documents. Plus, when I start trying to add numbers up and do miles and things, my brain starts glitching a little bit, and I like the room starts to like pixelate, and I go into a different dimension or something. So it's like I'm not really trying to add numbers up. That's like not, the Lord didn't make me to do that. I'll say that. But anyway, I will look into it eventually. Thank you for the $2. Thank you to Texas TXC. Jay for the $5 super chat. When I have a convoluted audit, I have to sometimes start back at the beginning and reset the assumptions. It does help with clarity. Yeah, I feel you on that for sure. Especially like, yeah, you get so far in the weeds, you got to go back to the stack, as it were. Thank you for the $5. Thank you, James, for the £5 super chat. The UK is to provide special support to those who self-identify as gnomes. That's true. You lying. Thank you for the £5. Thank you for the £2. People. Oh, girl. Thank you, Callie Noel, for the $4.99 super chat. They're banking on talking in circles to the point of people giving up. I saw somebody comment on the Reddit the other day, like, they love whenever I put my autism to good use or something. Like, Except I'm not reckless. And I stay in my house. So for the most part, it is more difficult to get your hands on me. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. They are banking on this, I believe. Yoink LLC. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Bad at lying LLC. Bad good lie. Bad good caught LLC. Thank you for the $5. Okay, so you lying LLC. We passed the rabbit hole. Now we're in Wonderland LLC. Set them aside and also sold them and admitted to doing, which they admitted to doing in the police report also and in the CoffeeZilla text messages. Josh actually tried to return the Lego, but the U-Haul reservations were booked up. Yeah, right. Reckless is a loaded word in this case, isn't it? Okay. So, all right. So where were we? We were here. This is where we live right now. We live here at the moment. I did some research this weekend as well on this guy, Jay Mitten, and I have gone back in through some of the records that we already looked at and also got some new ones to try and see any place where now what I'm looking for, you know, we have some circumstantial tangential connections, but I really want to find this man right here saying this man right here's name. He does, you know, interestingly, this guy Jay Mitten, Jay, and his middle name is Jay. I don't know, maybe there, I don't know, is that, I don't know. Did he have like an MLM of concubines or something, girl? I don't know. Is that the pawpaw of the Brick and Minifigs owners? I don't know. I mean, I have no reason to believe that, you know, their genealogy is out there in public, but we kind of started here and we always end up back here. And I've seen a lot, you know, this guy, he did a Facebook post this weekend, a couple days ago. I did make a video on it. But he's feeling the heat, it seems. He's feeling the pressure. He's feeling the heat. He's not liking it. And he made a Facebook post. I did do a whole video on it, so I'm not going to cover it, you know, really extensively or anything, but I'll just breeze through what the crazy man said. Like, excuse me, Dan, nobody yanked your chain. He said, over the course of my life, I've been pretty... Oh, wait, no. Wrong thing. That was a different post he made. Hold on. I have so many screenshots. Today's version of a lynch mob, he said, could very well be YouTube investigators. He put the space there, so I'll put the space there. At 1.6 years ago, Dan said, I was the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. My sons illegally removed me from that position and sued me for control of another company I founded. I have not had anything to do with Bricks and Minifigs. He puts a space between mini and figs. Since then, regardless of this, in the last 10 days, I have been given multiple death threats, and 2 days ago, we saw people viewing our home from the hill behind our home with binoculars, and they shot out a big picture window. Hold on. I'll put it in the web so y'all can see it. So when I saw it, it had 13 likes. Now, okay, today's version of a mob could very well be YouTube investigators. At 1.6 years ago, I was the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. So that's a big revelation we got over the weekend. That, yes, he admitted it, publicly admitted it. He was the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, not only affiliated, not only associated, he was an officer. He was in the executive officer team, okay? He was the chief executive officer, the head honcho of Bricks and Minifigs. I mean, who knew? That kind of flies in the face of the origin story and the lore of what we've been being told about Bricks and the Minifigs, but that's a story for another day. We have too much to get to. I've not had anything to do with them since then. He said his sons illegally removed him from the position, so that kind of addresses the McNeff and McNeff lawsuit, which we're going to go over a whole nother one today, as well as a class action lawsuit that was filed against not only Legally Mine, but actually names Ammon McNeff, by the way. I don't know how we haven't made it there yet. There's so much. I've not had anything to do with Bricks and Minifigs since then. Regardless, in the last 10 days, I've been given multiple death threats, and 2 days ago, we saw whoever we is, people, whoever the people is, viewing our home from the hill behind our home with binoculars, and they shot out a big picture window that will cost thousands to replace. No one stops to investigate fully, or truly, rather. They make a lot of assumptions and hurt innocent people. Every one of those Bricks and Minifigs stores are independently owned and operated, and they don't deserve to be hurt. Many of the people pushing this whole story have their own Lego stores, and they want to hurt their competition. Who's going to watch the watchers? Will reckless Ben investigate all the innocent people he has hurt and do what he can to help them? Okay, so I already did a full 30-minute video on that. We ain't going to get into it too much here. But the things that I did want to kind of say that do relate to what we've been doing on the live show are, I think this is an astonishing admission. Yeah, he was the CEO. Great, thank you. Because, I mean, I spent a lot of hours last week trying to piece together, what does this legally mine have to do with Ammon, have to do with Daniel, have to do with, look, you'll see, I need to put another arrow going from Legally Mine all the way to Josh. Guess who else was affiliated with Legally Mine? And I found it out recently, that Art McComber. He also used to be associated with Legally Mine. I have a link for that we'll look at. So, I mean, I spent quite a few hours of my life that I'll never get back trying to connect Legally Mine and Bricks and Minifigs, which is here on the, this is Bricks and Minifigs right here. And this is BAM Franchising right here. Remember, I was like, these are two different businesses. And this is where I started to get into like, okay, let me look into the beginnings of this business. The very beginnings. This is one of the guys. He's the one that's listed as like somebody that was still carrying the loan. I looked up the trademarks. And I did this the night before they started talking about it on the Reddit. Like, I think we're all kind of having like a lot of us are going in the same, like, okay, wait, hold on. Why haven't they sued him for copyright? You go over there and you're like, oh, they only just tried to copyright this stuff recently. Anyway, so that's one thing that I thought was a big deal from the Facebook post. Another one is that he basically acknowledges the McNeff versus McNeff lawsuit. My sons illegally removed me from that position. Their company, the company they founded. My sons illegally removed me from being CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. And so there was speculation going on a lot last week. People saying, is this hostile takeover that, we're calling it the so-called hostile takeover that happened to Crystal? She called and said, hey, I'm going to need to do some winding down, 3, 4 months, 5 months, whatever. And they showed up that day and escorted her out of the building and said, if you don't leave, we're going to call the cops. That's pretty hostile to me. That seems like a hostile takeover to me. But are Ammon McNeff and Matt actually just engaged in the business of hostile takeovers? Like, is that just what they do? And they use their strong arm, their military power, the feet on the ground, the men on the ground. Josh Johnson, who's a stark raving lunatic, who even admits in writing that he gets so freaking crazy that he can't even be trusted to speak to police truthfully. He admitted that. I was out of my mind, incoherent, pissed. Is it a pattern or practice of just strong-arming people out of their stuff? And that's going to bring us to 2 lawsuits I want to talk about today. And I think they're going to end up taking the bulk of today's episode. But thank you to Dan, who just honestly couldn't handle not being in control of the situation. The thing that I keep seeing people say about this Dan thing is like, unless you were over here on these videos or in the very niche, like Legos community, like you really didn't even know that about the whole Dan thing. Like people are worried about like U-Hauls and, other stuff like this. This is kind of a side. This is like a somehow like even nerdier portion of the nerds. We're trying to get into the UCC filings. We're trying to get into the financing statements, the lawsuits, the RICOs, and there's the other channels doing this too. Shout out to Making Law Simple, Valhalla. There's other channels, but like, within this maybe 10, 15 group of YouTubers, really nobody's coming for this, checking for this. But it's like they keep doing stuff that then adds more attention. And that's what a lot of the coverage that I did see about this, somebody even posted in the American Fork Facebook page, like why is he posting this? Nobody's, coming for him. Like it's making it beyond, the little niche group just because he responded to it. I don't know if I took the screenshot of it. Looks like I did not take a screenshot of it, but somebody posted like the American Fork Facebook page, American Fork Police or American Fork something, and they were like, Daniel McNeff has responded publicly, but I don't know why. He has nothing to do with this or whatever. It's like he might have didn't. He might have been able to before 2 days ago. He could have said I have nothing to do with this, but now he's just now came out and made a public Facebook post saying yes I do. I'm CEO. A CEO. They kicked me out. And he acknowledges the lawsuits. And so what if they did, like, the dad doesn't seem to be trustworthy either, to be honest. But what if the dad, like, is telling the truth? Like, what if Ammon and Matt really did, like, strong arm his company from him? And that's why I was like, I need to get into the records. I want to get into the records and see what happened there. So now that we know, legally mine, let me actually make the arrow right now. Let's make it official. Let's make it official. I'll move this around a little bit more once I'm off live. Hold on. But we're going to officially connect another link here because of Dan admitting he did, in fact and indeed, used to be the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. Thank you for confirming, sir. And now we got a connection. Thank you. Thank you. So that's what I needed. And of course, we could do another arrow from Bricks and Minifigs straight to Daniel, but that I try not to do too much crossing over on the arrows. But you know, sometimes it happens until you can kind of. Anyway, so yeah, all right. So thank you, Dan, for that information. It helps a lot. And so we also are going to today strengthen a connection between Ammon and Legally Mine. We already know that he in the past was the president of Legally Mine, and he did try to take over the company with his brother Matt. He tried to get the dad arrested or charged with something by the IRS or something. He accused him of all kinds of stuff. So today we're going to be talking about a class action lawsuit that was filed between. So we're also, okay, so today we're going to be talking about two different kind of lawsuits. Today we're going to be talking about one lawsuit that goes between him and, Ammon, the owner of Bricks and Minifigs, and his dad. And we're going to be talking, and that kind of talks more about Bricks and Minifigs. I found some other stuff about Bricks and Minifigs and the filings for that. But we're also going to talk about this first, this class action lawsuit that was filed against Legally Mine. And, Ammon McNeff's name got mentioned in it. I'm going to pull that up now. Gotta remember where I saved it. Okay. So here's the class action lawsuit complaint. So this is kind of like the initial filing. Legally Mine LLC and Does 1 through 10. And who is suing them? It looks like a doctor. Kasra Eliasia. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that name. On behalf of himself and others. All others similarly situated. So he's the named plaintiff of this class action. Plaintiff, by and through counsel, sues these people. All right, jurisdiction, yes. All right. Look who's named. Now, this lawsuit is from 2018. So this one's from quite a while ago. This is about 8 years ago. This is before the dad and the sons had their big falling out. Ammon McNeff was still working at... Oh, I just put something together. 2018 was the year Ammon and his brother bought BAM franchising. This is the year they got sued for class action. Okay, so it says defendant LLC, that's Legally Mine, is registered in Utah. It's 2 members. So it had 2 members at the time. I think that Matthew McNeff was added in 2019 as a principal of Legally Mine. So this would have been the year before. So at this time, there were 2 members, registered principals of Legally Mine, the owners, Ammon and his daddy, 2018. Both listed as residents of Utah. Okay. Factual allegations. All right. Okay. Truth be told, I haven't read this whole lawsuit. I have a pretty good idea about it's like, you know, their asset protection services, and this guy felt like, you know, duped or whatever. But here's the lawsuit. Legally Mine describes itself as the largest and most respected, experienced, and comprehensive lawsuit protection company in America. Lawsuit protection company. Hold on. I thought it was an asset protection company. Its advertised promise: we provide specialized consulting, packages, and tools to help businesses and practices manage risk. Legally Mine operates across the country, including in California. They promise the use of entities in multiple states. And that's not enough to know your own state laws. It is required to know all the state laws in order to achieve maximum protection. Where can Legally Mine operate? They say, oh, all 50 states in their advertising materials. They continue to stay up to date on laws in all 50 states. We can help you wherever you live or do business within the United States. They present at over 250 events across the United States per year. Okay. On information and belief, some of these events are in California. California physician scare story. In Legally Mine's promotional materials, they have a so-called scare story featured about a California physician. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad they're saying scare story, because I've said that before. Like, this whole business model kind of relies on these presentations where they get people scared of stuff. Remember that lady where she's like, my teenage son went into the tree and they had to sue the car and then we're going to come after me or whatever, all that. And the 17-year-old that had relations with the girlfriend at the pool party and all of this. What are you talking about? You're at a dental conference, you weird freak. What are you talking about? Anyway, Legally Mine. Okay, this is in the lawsuit allegation, the class action against Legally Mine. And now Legally Mine, like, now we know when you think of Legally Mine in 2018, it's 2 people. That's who owns it. Ammon and his daddy. That's it. That's who owns it in 2018. They're the owners. Ammon and his daddy. Legally Mine preys on physicians and their fear of malpractice lawsuits and judgments. They are very scared. They are very scared. They pray. So the class action says these people are praying like predators. Featured not just in color, but in font size, I guess large font, is the following. The most recent statistics cite that nearly 4 billion, 168 million more than in the previous year, was spent in medical malpractice payouts, nearly a 5% increase from the year previous. A key product promoted, A key product promoted by Legally Mine is an asset protection program identified on a form document as A, Premium Asset Protection Premium Plus, B, Premium Asset Protection Document Access with Entity Creation. Each is a product as well as a service, okay? The former is also known by its acronym P+. The latter is also known by its acronym DAECP. Quote, entity creation is said to be unlimited. Can I get a "that sounds familiar" in the chat? you could just create endless, unlimited entities. Entity creation is said to be unlimited, and it comes with a tax savings guarantee. As of 2016, product A, which is the P Plus program, cost $150 a month, or up to $1,800 upfront for a year of service. Product B, and okay, so if I was a customer, like if I was somebody that was getting pitched this, I would just be thinking, so what happens if I don't feel like paying y'all? Like, what if I want to stop paying you $150 a month? Like, do you ever get to get off of it? How do you get all of this stuff transferred back to you? Do they just hold it and not let you have it back? Like, even before I would sign up for this, I would be like, well, what are you doing with it? Like, what do you mean? You're going to set up the entity, but like, do I own the entity? Like, what happens if I stop paying? You going to take it back? Like, that's one thing that I've had questions about. As of 2016, product A costs $150 a month, or up to $1,800 upfront for a year of service. Product B costs $6,000 on information and belief. Legally Mine travels to events and association meetings all over the country, including California, to sell its products in general and its asset protection plan specifically. They are certified to provide continuing legal education credits in California. Okay. So now we're getting into the factual allegations of this specific case. On or about October 13th, 2016, Legally Mine made a presentation at a physician lunch and learn event called The Keys to Unlocking, I'm like reading ahead, The Keys to Locking Out Lawsuits and Lowering Taxes. Okay, so there was this October 13th physician lunch and learn event, and the title of the event was The Keys to Locking Out Lawsuits and Lowering Taxes. All right. This was at a conference. Oh boy, I feel like we're about to find some Easter eggs in here. This was at a conference, so we got another little summit moment happening. Sponsored by the American Society of Ophthalmic, Plastic, and Reconstructive Surgery. This was a gathering of physicians in Chicago. The speaker was Leland McKay. I think he's on the Legally Mine website. McKay is a presenter and promoter. Okay, Leland McKay, a presenter and promoter. At the meeting, he spoke for like 45 minutes. He said Legally Mine guaranteed all 100 physicians present in the room significant tax savings over what each was presently paying. He said Legally Mine would reimburse up to the full cost of payment any amounts spent that weren't saved in taxes. So he's like, look, if we don't save you money, we'll give you a reimbursement. He also said Legally Mine almost never makes refunds because I bet they almost never make refunds. But he said it was because they always save the client an amount in taxes that is higher than the cost of the program. At that meeting, Legally Mine described its asset protection plan and directed those physicians interested in purchasing it to the back of the room, where they were provided a one-page document identifying 2 products available for purchase. Boxes could be checked for product A and product B, text indicating that in more detail the product and the price, the total amount collected at the event by check or credit card, and a space for date and signature. In small print at the bottom of the page. Small print at the bottom of the page. The form said, all sales are final. In small print below that, it said, I also acknowledge I have read, understand, and agree to the terms described in the check policy. Okay, what's the check policy? I consent to binding arbitration. Oh boy. Oh boy. Terms and conditions and notice of termination sections on the reverse side of this agreement. Okay, so they're like, oh yeah, sign this. Oh, I already read the back, but it's in this small font at the bottom. The back of the next document consisted of very dense, small font, single-space text that included not just the topics identified on the previous paragraph, but a finance option. Oh boy. Oh, we're getting warmer. Oh boy. Finance option. this is like coming back around because what I'm thinking about is like we talked about that RICO. Remember the RICO that was filed against Vail Corporate, which seems to have also been legally mine at some point, or at least gone by that in its name. Vail Corporate would go to these summits. This one was for like real estate or whatever, but it was like they would go to this summits, and then there was like this other law firm, and they would work together, and there was this financing option, and it was like really not fair financing or whatever. This is reminding me of that. There's a finance option. A finance option has entered the chat. At the bottom of the portion of the back of the page that contained the so-called check policy, consent to binding arbitration, terms and conditions, and finance option, there was also a space for the purchaser to indicate his or her confirming signature. Okay? At the meeting, the guy who's suing, the plaintiff, heard this pitch by Legally Mine for its asset protection product, relying upon the speaker's promise that all funds were refundable if the plaintiff did not save as much on his next yearly tax bill as he would pay to Legally Mine for its product. He was interested in purchasing the product as a consumer of financial services that would protect his personal finances from business risks. Because of this promise, he was not overly worried when the speaker stated all sales were final. There was explicitly nothing to lose. So the plaintiff said he went to the back of the room. He was handed a single-page document. The document conforms to the allegations made in the paragraph above. The top of the form asked for his full name and address and his phone number, his cell phone, his work phone, his email, and he provided this information. He wrote it down on the form as requested. The middle part of the form asked for his personal credit card number, the expiration date, and the 3-digit security code. This part of the form was particularly large and set apart from other text and encircled the required information with a dotted line. Legally Mine knew or should have known or was grossly negligent regarding the fact that requiring this information on a publicly available and producible sheet violated consumer privacy. Wow, this is a totally new type of allegation that we haven't seen. Are you following? Put a 1 in the chat. Are you following what's going on? There's these forums. Okay, so there's a little conference. There's a summit. Legally Mine sends a guy over there, McKay. He goes over there. He does his presentation. He says, if you're interested in this, come to the back of the room. You go to the back of the room. They have these forms. It's 1-page document, front and back. Front says some stuff, back says some stuff. Some stuff really important, but it's in really little letters. All sales final. But a part of the thing you have to fill out is like huge on the form is your credit card number. Your name, your address, your phone number, your work phone number, like all your information. And not only your credit card number, but also the CVV number. You have to actually put the number, the 3-digit or the 4-digit, whatever. And apparently to require someone to write that stuff down on a page that's in public, apparently that violates some type of consumer protection stuff. Now I'm wondering, did that information get used? Let's read further. Because I haven't read this lawsuit. I'm actually surprised to see this. I thought it was going to be another, then they didn't give him a refund or whatever. This is like a different allegation. This is a different type of allegation I haven't seen before. Requiring this information, according to this class action lawsuit, on a publicly available and producible sheet, violated consumer privacy. Specifically, the Song-Beverly law in California. Legally Mine. Oh my God, this is so ironic too, because they're like, your lawyer doesn't always know all the laws in every state. Well, it's like, oh, well, neither do y'all, because here you are. Here you are. Thank you so over it for the $9.99 super sticker. Thank you to Real Tail Treats. Oh, Tail Trail, sorry. I can only do one thing at once. Thank you for the $39.99. Is Josh perhaps Daddy McNeff's son? I doubt it. He don't look like him. Thanks so much, Todd, for the $5. Sheldon Norcross has the original Salem police investigation file. I watched it earlier. We're doing a subscriber-a-thon. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Lion Dust, for the €6. An article on Summers Point says Daniel McNeff worked for Mitten before buying Legally Mine in 2007. Yeah, I saw that, but I want to see like Daniel saying it. You know what I mean? Thank you to Tommy for the $5 super chat. Dad sounds like he's trying to get the franchises on his side. Maybe he wants to strong arm the business back. Maybe. I mean, I'm kind of like I won't say of the opinion. I'm open to the idea. I'm open to the idea that this whole lawsuit is just a big farce. They're just trying to split up the family assets and like putting some with Neff and some with Ammon, some with Matt, some with the wife, some with the kid, some with the this, some with the trust, some with the dog, because that's what they do. But we'll see. I mean, I don't know. It does seem like a lot to go through. Thanks so much for the $5. Thank you to Katie for the $5 super chat. Did y'all hit the like button for beautiful, brilliant cousin? No, I'll wait. Make sure to get the likes up. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you to C-Bro. Under the Banner of Heaven is about a case for the $5 super chat. Under the Banner of Heaven is about a case involving American Forks Police Department. So important to watch to understand the culture. Where can I watch it? Thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you to Shoatri in Exile for the $20. Scams prey on old people. In Utah, Adult Protective Services opens investigations for allegations of financial exploitation, but it doesn't include scams. That was a federal protection that was cut by Trump. Oh, interesting. Thank you for that $20 super chat. Okay, so apparently it violates the Song Beverly Act in California, or the Song Beverly law in California, to require consumers to put their information, like, you know, their CV code and their credit card number, expiration date, like all your credit card information, to require them to put that information in is against the law in California if it's going to go on a publicly available and producible sheet. So if it goes on a sheet that you can like make copies of, it's against the law. And I guess they were doing that in California. They were taking people's credit card numbers and CVV numbers on these forms. Legally Mine had no practices in place to avoid this sort of disclosure. In fact, the form features the information, like it's a big circles around it. Sign here, put your info here for your credit card. Plaintiff, the guy who's suing in the class action, provided the information, writing it down on the form as requested. Legally Mine requested or required as a condition for accepting his credit card that he write the personal identifying information upon the transaction form, that he provide personal identification information, which Legally Mine caused to be written on the form, and utilized a credit card form which contained pre-printed spaces specifically so designated to write this information. Until the bringing of this lawsuit, plaintiff had no reason to suspect that this disclosure of credit card information was improper or illegal. He intended to authorize the use of his credit card for this purpose, and that is what Legally Mine did. But without being a lawyer, plaintiff would have no way of knowing this requirement was improper or illegal. Plaintiff authorized Legally Mine to charge his personal credit card in the amount of $7,800. Okay, this amount comes up more than once. $7,800, $1,800 for Part A, and $6,000 for Part B. That's the unlimited entity creation. The form was dated October 13th, 2016. According to the form, he enrolled in P+. He agreed to be billed $1,800 for 12 months starting in October 2016. For this money, he was to receive ongoing, available web software updates, annual document review, and blueprint. Continued legal team support. Okay, this one right here. Is this some of that unlicensed practice of law? This is California, though, not Ohio. And access to a personal consultant for help with legal entities, continued entity document creation, annual filing of corporate minutes, and exclusive P+ tax benefits. Plaintiff has received no product or service for his $1,800. Not then, not after. According to the form, he enrolled in DAECP. He was supposed to get over 100 specially designed legal documents through mylegalstronghold.com. Oh yeah, I want to open that. They don't close the website down. The guy suing the plaintiff, he said he did not receive any product at the time, as indicated by the DAEC product received box on the bottom of the form. So if you go on his like account, basically, it'll say, oh, he received this, but he's saying, I never received that. They just got boxes checked. He was not provided with any password or access to mylegalstronghold.com. My legal stronghold. Oh my God. He did not initial the box at the bottom of the form, indicating that he had received the product. Before securing his signature, Legally Mine did not turn the form over to show him the language on the back. Before securing his signature, they did not explain to him the meaning of this check policy, the consent to binding arbitration, the terms and condition, the notice of termination. Legally Mine did not explain the meaning of the finance option either. See, I'm very curious and interested in this finance option. The termination language. Okay, this is what I'm interested in. How do you get out of it? The termination language on the back of the form says, after the initial 12-month term of membership for P Plus has passed, this agreement and payments will automatically be renewed. Okay, this is going to actually tangentially kind of like loop back in with the second lawsuit we're going to look at later today, the McNeff part 2, or it's actually a totally different McNeff versus McNeff, but it's still these guys. But this whole automatic renewal of payments, this is a big part of their business model, I believe, and I'll tell you why when we get to the second lawsuit, but I just want to mark it here because somebody will be like, put a blah, blah, blah in the chat if you remember me talking about that long ago. Okay, so remember that for when I ask that later. Okay, so the termination language on the back of the form that was supposed to be, required to be filled out to sign up for this thing, it was like at a conference, after the initial 12-month term of membership for P Plus has passed, this agreement and payments will automatically be renewed on an annual basis for an additional 12 months. Okay, so when your first 12 months, when your first year expires, you are automatically renewed. And you're not just automatically renewed for one more month. You're automatically renewed for a full other year. That's like $7,800 again. Sound like Planet Fitness's termination practices? Automatically renewed on an annual basis for an additional 12 months. This contract will be subject to the same terms and conditions contained herein until a formal request for membership termination. Okay, a formal request for membership termination has to be received, and then it has to be prior to the original or any renewal membership expiring. Formal requests must be submitted through an authorized submission portal. Okay, they made it too hard to cancel. So this is not, this is like an auto pay, right? And every year they just renew you, and you can't get out of it unless you do it through an authorized submission portal through the Legally Mine website. And then they put all this, they make it hard to cancel it. Termination requests must be received at least 15 days, but not more than 45 days. So you have to wait till it's 45 days before the plan expires, but it can't be more, it can't be closer than 15. So if you want to cancel it from renewing next year, but you waited till 2 weeks before it renewed, too bad, so sad, you're screwed. You have a very short window to cancel this thing. That authorized submission portal links to a densely worded small font document that says, quote, I agree to be subject to the terms and conditions of this service discontinuation request as outlined below. Submission of this form is deemed sufficient to cancel the renewal so long as it is submitted in the applicable. Okay, this is all the things that a consumer would have to read just to cancel this stupid Legally Mine bull crap. I agree to be subject to the terms and conditions of this service discontinuation request as outlined below. Submission of this form is deemed to be sufficient to cancel the renewal so long as it is submitted in the applicable 45 to 15-day window before the initial termination date. The physician is then told that there is a standard 7 to 14-day period to, quote, review. They are fucked up. So they only give you, what is 45 days? A month and a half. You get 6 weeks. There's a 6-week window through the entire year where you can cancel this thing. And it's even more of a sweet spot than that, because if you wait too late, they need 2 weeks to review your thing, 1 to 2 weeks to review your termination request. Even if the physician is entitled to terminate, That additional information may be requested. To consider the request, and the physician is not to pester legally mine about this process. Not to pester legally mine about this process. This is insane. Jesus. Because if you pester, oh my God, this has to be I got to clip this. I've got to clip this. These people do the same thing over and over. They are sinister, in my opinion. Look at this. This convoluted and very difficult to understand. I went to Ivy League law school. I graduated, and yes, I did pass the bar. I'm not representing clients. I do not represent clients. Nothing I say is legal advice, but I only say that to let you know that I have read some extremely complex and convoluted stuff, especially in law school, because they give you the most complex and convoluted stuff. Like, look, this is the type of stuff that they do to consumers. And this is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. Now, some of y'all might be wondering how this case turned out. I'll give you one guess. How do you think it turned out? They settled. It got dismissed voluntarily, but we'll look at that. We will look at that. So you have all this complicated stuff to cancel. It's a very short time frame to cancel. You might have to give them more information about yourself to cancel, even though they already have your basically social security number at this point. Oh, and don't pester them. Don't nag them. Dr. So-and-so, leave us alone. Because if you try to ask us about what's going on with your cancellation, it may be construed as harassment, pressure, or undue influence related to the contract termination process, just because somebody just simply wants to cancel it. They would consider that harassment. Hold on. Something that is in somebody's completely legal right to do is being considered harassment by Ammon McNeff, who owns Legally Mine at that point. Doesn't that sound exactly like what's going on here? Ammon McNeff being on speakerphone, having Josh Johnson talk to the cops and saying he wanted Reckless Ben, put in a cage and all his friends put in cages because they were just trying to serve a lawsuit. That's harassment. These people are just trying to cancel their freaking thing, and that's harassment. And it's not cheap. $150 a month. If you pester them about canceling, that will be a breach of the contract. Who are they? The TSA? If the physician makes any mistake in this regard, the physician is in breach of contract, lost any rights to arbitration, not just trial, forfeiture of any right, and a 21% penalty surcharge. These people are sick. Oh, these people are sick. Among other things, Legally Mine operates in any state by way of its website. Legally Mine used to be called mylegalstronghold.com. Okay, that might be... hold on. Do y'all mind if we take a little detour real quick to the Wayback Machine? I mean, I don't really care if you mind, but I hope y'all are in for it. I hope y'all are in on it. In for it. It's never Rico, y'all. It's never Rico. Okay, I'm going to My Legal Stronghold. Oh, buddy. To see the history of that website on the Wayback Machine because it's public, and I'm curious. Okay, that was the year of 2018. So apparently that doctor said he went to the conference in 2016. There's no captures there. So let me go to 2015. Let's see what the website. This is, according to a class action lawsuit, this is Legally Mine's website as of like 2016. So let's see what it looks like. I'm just curious. My Legal Stronghold. Wow. The average business owner faces an average risk. The average business owner faces an average of 5 lawsuits in its lifetime. My Legal Stronghold can manage these risks. Lawsuit prevention and protection are essential topics for every business owner. This is in 2015. I wonder if any of these links work. What should we look at? About? What is My Legal Stronghold? This is like 11 years ago, Legally Mine's website. A new cutting-edge way to access documents now available to medical, dental, business professionals who want to protect their assets and avoid lawsuits. We have 98 unique legal documents. They're available online. They had a Twitter. This is legally mine, but, or at least, okay, I'm saying this is legally mine. This is what's being alleged in the lawsuit. Let's go forward to maybe 2017. Wait, I want to go to the homepage. Hold on. Let's go to 2013. That is the oldest, the first. Let's see the first. Capture. Video. Our subject matter experts are some of the nation's most highly trained, skilled speakers, consultants. So who, oh man, I'd give somebody $1 to be able to figure out what this video is. I clicked on it, we'll see. Video, what is, I mean, go away. Oh my God, try searching and get started. Okay, so it didn't work. All right, okay, back here. Let's go to testimonials. They're just like reviews. Okay. All right, let's go to the captures. No, I don't want home. I just want .com. Looks like the last time it was captured was 2021. Let's go to the most recent capture. This is December 8th, 2021. What your accountant doesn't know, what your attorney doesn't know. And they did end up getting in trouble for this. In that unauthorized practice of law thing, I was reading through that lawsuit this morning as well, or that case as well, where the Ohio State Bar Association like admonished and fined Legally Mine for the unauthorized practice of law in Ohio. Now that's a totally different case, because this one that we're reading right now, this class action lawsuit, that one has consumer laws in California implicated. Now I wish I knew what that picture was. Okay, so it looks like they didn't really have like a meet the team or anything at that point. Okay, so all right. Good to know. MyLegalStronghold.com. Oh, it said Legally Mine on the About page. Let me see. I'm on the About page. Where does it say Legally Mine? What about special reports? What's that? Lawsuit special report. Category 1. Oh, so you could buy legal documents. Your assets reflect a lifetime of effort and investment, tax strategies, estate planning. This one freaks me out too, and that's one of the tentacles I haven't even gone down yet. Like one of the tentacle roads I haven't even traveled down at this point. My Legal Stronghold LLC is still actively registered in Utah. The registered agent is LMRA Services, and the principal is Afraid of Lawsuits LL. Okay, I do have LMRA Services on the web. Let me show y'all where it fits in right now. This is just my web. This is just notes. AI did not make this. I know AI does have. There are ways to make like mind maps on AI. That's not what's going on here in this particular case. This is mine. This is my brainchild. Okay. Where's LMRA Services? They are over here somewhere. LM Holdco. Could control F, but I like to try to keep my brain sharp, as it were. All right, I guess it's gonna. Okay, right, here's one place. What section of the web is this? Okay, LMRA services here. In the section that is overlapping, or like, this is kind of like the area of the brain that this is stored between Ammon McNeff and his daddy, right under Legally Mine, you have this LMRA services. I think LMRA services stands for Legally Mine Registered Agent. I think LMRA means legally, this is a thought. I mean, I have no way to know. They don't make this public, but I think it means Legally Mine Registered Agent Services. Like they founded their own registered agent service because they start so many damn LLCs. Because if you look at the Bricks and Minifigs, now this is not BAM franchising. This is Bricks and Minifigs number 51, which is the Orem, Utah Bricks and Minifigs, is a public record. It has been administratively dissolved, but the registered agent information is still listed here, and it was this LMRA services. It's right here on the map on the web next to Protect Yourself LLC, but LMRA is not only the registered agent service for the Orem, Utah store before it's shut down, but also LMRA Services Inc. is the registered agent for excuse me. This is where it gets confusing. Not confusing. I'm not confused by it, but it's confusing to try to explain. You have Legally Mine LLC, right? I think, and this is the one that you sign up with them and you buy their entity creation tool or whatever, right? They make you a bunch of LLCs, but those LLCs need a registered agent. A registered agent is a short form for registered agent for service of process. And what that means is when you start a business, or especially an LLC, you have to, but any business, you have to include someone to receive lawsuits. So that's the registered agent. That doesn't mean they're an owner. That doesn't mean they're a manager. It doesn't even mean they're involved in the business in any way, although sometimes they can be. Like, I think I'm listed as my own registered agent on my LLC because it's like just me. Hi, here I am. I mean, it's pretty easy to figure out. I'm not like hiding behind cover your ass, kiss my butt, lawsuit LLC or whatever. So, the registered agent can be the owner, but also if it's a big company like Sony or something, the registered agent might be a law firm. It might be an accountant or something like that, but it's the person who accepts law if you get sued. Now, in this particular business, Legally Mine LLC, for example, or anybody that's trying to not get sued, but this business has made their whole entire identity about not getting sued. We help you not get sued. So if you're going to say, I'm helping you not get sued, you got to put somebody on the front line to accept those lawsuits in the first instance. Like, for example, when we watched Josh Johnson not accept the lawsuit, that's an individual. He was being served individually. Now, the registered agent for service of process for Bricks and Minifigs store 51. So if you wanted to sue, and this is now dissolved, but the Orem, Utah store had as its registered agent. So the Orem, Utah store is the one that Ammon McNeff and Matt McNeff owned. I don't know if they still do. Because, they be moving stuff around faster than you could blink your eye. But they did. And it was this 051 store in Orem, Utah. I think that was the first one they ever worked at. And then they ended up owning it. The registered agent, so somebody wants to sue them for something happened in that store. Employment dispute by the employee or something like that. Somebody wants to sue them, they would be able to serve process on LMRA Services Inc. But I think that just means Legally Mine Registered Agent Services. And that's one of the things that they sell to their clients. Like, oh, we'll be the ones to accept the lawsuits if you get sued and give them the runaround. I'm not sure. This is just thoughts. But LMRA Services is also the agent for service of process for a company called Protect Yourself LLC, one of those other stupid names. And then when you go to see what that company is, right? Because every company has their own. Like, if you want to sue LMRA Services, who do you bring the lawsuit to? Legally Mine. Do you see what I'm saying? So Legally Mine LLC appears to be the owner, operator, or controller in some way of LMRA services. I believe LMRA services is connected to Legally Mine. And Legally Mine is the agent for service of process. So if LMRA services gets sued, Legally Mine would accept the lawsuit. Now, if Bricks and Minifigs Store 51 in Orem, so if Ammon and Matt's store gets sued, LMRA services would be the one to accept the lawsuit. If Protect Yourself LLC gets sued, LMRA services would be the one who could receive the lawsuit. Okay. So the fact that Alex has now told me My Legal Stronghold LLC is still active and registered in Utah, the registered agent is LMRA services, I just have to go look. I just have to go see for myself, Alex. Okay. Legal Stronghold. Oh, it says no. Is it? Uh-oh. It's not saying it is. Oh, My Legal Stronghold. My. It just starts with strong. They like putting spaces between. Okay, there we go. My Legal Stronghold LLC. It was started in 2012. It's current. You're right. Yep, it is current. Afraid of Lawsuits LLC is a member. Now, we already talked about Afraid of Lawsuits LLC, and the web does keep webbing because, let me show y'all, the person associated with that, or one of the people associated with that, the person who sued Ammon, is one of the very, very many lawsuits we looked at, is this guy up here, Dave Gibb, and he is associated with Legally Mine, even though now it's been deleted. The web archive remembers it. He did speak at an Ayurveda conference. I rebuke him trying to mess around with Ayurveda practitioners. He needs to leave them alone. There's some other stuff we were going to get into today about credit issues, but I typed his name in and I found that he was involved in a lot of stuff, including perhaps, I don't know if this is the same David Gibb, but there's one David Gibb in Utah who is president of the National Guard Association of Utah. But anyway, he's the guy who owned, or is like some type of listed as a principal or something on Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. Afraid of Lawsuits LLC sued Ammon McNeff for trying to reroute the payments from the credit card processing company for Legally Mine, or for Afraid of Lawsuits LLC, to his own created bank account. This is in the hostile takeover, the succession battle of the company. David Gibb is the guy who sued as Afraid of Lawsuits LLC. He's the only owner of it and all that. He had said all that. So it's quite interesting to me how the web keeps webbing back over onto itself. I mean, it's almost like incestuous in a way, like in a business perspective type of way. Afraid of Lawsuits is the principal of My Legal Stronghold LLC. This is the one that's got, mentioned in the class action, although it was Legally Mine LLC that got sued. So those people seem to have figured out who they did need to sue, because you can imagine the person might want to sue mylegalstronghold.com. Like, where does it even say anything about Legally Mine? I know y'all said that it did say something, copyright 2012, My Legal Stronghold. Y'all said it was on the About page? Okay, hold on. Let me go back to the... Y'all said you saw it in when? The 2017 one? Somebody said they saw legally mine listed somewhere on here, but I don't see that. Let's see. Legally. No, it says not found. So I don't see any like actual listing of legally mine here, which makes me think, you know, it's even worse because, again, how do you know who to sue? If this company screws you over, how do you know it's, you know, you might try to sue My Legal Stronghold, but apparently, allegedly, I guess you're supposed to have sued legally mine because that's what the class action plaintiff did do. Okay, so here's the My Legal Stronghold. Let's look at the filing history. Certificate of organization. My Legal Stronghold. This Dave Gibb. He might have a lot more to do with this situation than we were previously thinking, or than I was previously thinking. I'm just going to open up this annual report. Doesn't say anything. Legally mine, authorized person. Interesting. Hold on. Let's go to the certificate of organization. They may have some more information there. Maybe it's before they got scared to. Afraid of lawsuits, LLC. Look at that. That is crazy. Wow, these people are nuts. Here's the certificate of organization for My Legal Stronghold, the one that, you know, is mentioned in the class action lawsuit. The name of the company is going to be My Legal Stronghold, LLC. This is back in 2012. Yeah, 2012. Afraid of Lawsuits, LLC was the original registered agent. Management statement. Current list of each member. Copy of the organization, copies of taxes. Members. Okay. Oh, y'all didn't even get to see it. Here. Sorry. This is what I was looking at. This is what it was. This is the articles of organization, My Legal Stronghold LLC. My Legal Stronghold. Okay, what's the purpose of the company? To create and grow wealth by any and all legal means, and to otherwise perform any lawful purpose. Okay. And the registered agent is Afraid of Lawsuits, LLC. Well, now they done made the registered agent LMRA Services. Maybe they thought Afraid of Lawsuits, LLC was a bit on the nose. Perhaps. They love, this is what I've been trying to say. Thumb said they love flaunting that they are dodging lawsuits in these business names. Ironically, I think a more generic name like AAA Finance might be harder to research. I think they started to get that message. Afraid of Lawsuits, LLC, RA, member and governing person. Yeah, Afraid of Lawsuits, LLC, RA, registered agent, member and governing person is Ammon McNeff. He got sued over that. Do they actually have to say legal and lawful? Not shady at all, right? So that's interesting. I'm glad Alex brought that up for our little, one of our little rabbit holes of the day. Let's go back to the complaint, the class action lawsuit itself. Because among other facts, Legally Mine operates in any state by way of its website, mylegalstronghold.com, and provides much of its contractual language by way of web link. Its principal place of business is in California is its Utah location, from which it directs and maintains the website. Given the extensive, and remember this lawsuit is from 2018. Given the extensive supplemental description of Part A and Part B on the front of the form, and given the unambiguous money-back guarantee, this is going to get them right here. The unambiguous money-back guarantee made orally and in writing to induce signing the form, i.e. the tax savings guarantee. Plaintiff was assured by Legally Mine that there was, in fact, no reason to read any of the details on the back of the form. If he saved enough on taxes to cover the asset protection fee, there would likely be no occasion to worry about any of that fine print. And if not, the cancellation and full refund was assured. Likewise, no occasion to worry. In this respect, plaintiff's attitude was not just reasonable, it was anticipated and orchestrated. Like, the lawyer's saying he was manipulated into this false sense of security, like, oh yeah, we'll give you your money back if you don't save money. So he's like, okay, bet. Sign up. In the middle of the form, the handwritten October 18th, 9 a.m. indicates that Legally Mine was to call him at that date and time to obtain certain financial information. Legally Mine kept the original of the form and provided plaintiff with a carbon copy. Plaintiff was provided with 2 additional documents after signing the contract. He got the brochure, attachment B, and the guarantee. Okay, so he signed the contract. He was given a time that he was going to have a meeting with them, I guess on the phone or whatever. And then they gave him 2 more documents. One was a brochure and one was a guarantee. Attachment B and attachment C. On information and belief, every person who signs a contract, such as attachment A, a brochure, with Legally Mine, is provided with attachment B and C, which is the brochure and the guarantee. On information and belief, no person who is present but does not sign the... Okay, so the only people who get this attachment B and C, the brochure and the guarantee, the only people who get that are people who actually sign up with them and sign up for a thing. That's what they're alleging in this class action. Attachment B promises that Legally Mine is typically able to complete a physician's asset protection program within a matter of weeks, specified as 4 to 6 weeks. This includes the Legally Mine Asset Protection Premium Plus. This is dependent upon a physician's, quote, prompt assistance in providing the necessary information and signatures. Estate planning, by contrast, can occur within 2 to 4 weeks. None of this was done for plaintiff. Attachment B explains that those who purchase Legally Mine Asset Protection Premium Plus are entitled to exclusive services, including a qualifying registered agent. Who is it afraid of lawsuits, LLC girl? And the I think it is. Hold on, I need to look one thing up. Hold on. I have to look something up. LMRA. Okay, I'll show y'all what I'm looking at. I needed to go on a small lookup mission real quick. I think this is why they were fighting over that in the Afraid of Lawsuits lawsuit. LMRA Services, registered agent Legally Mine. Daniel J. McNeff is the secretary, the treasurer. Okay, yeah, LMRA Services. Who is the principal? Danny, the dad, Daniel. But this is only from 2024. But they said this company had started in 2016. Wait, hold on. 2016. Okay, it doesn't like when you go back like that. You're supposed to click the back button. My bad. Okay, look, this one started in 2016. It says administratively dissolved, foreign business corporation for Utah. So it's probably based in Delaware or something. But this one's dissolved. So this one's over with. It was formed in 2016. And the last time they renewed was 2018. And it just dissolved. Filing history. Oh, man. Application for authority to transact business. Let me just take a look at this. Let's see if we're on the right track here. For a foreign corporation. What's the foreign corporation? LMRA Services, Alaska. Oh my God. Put a 2 in the chat if you remember us talking about how that lady and the pot of gold, hide the pot of gold at the conference talked about needing to have a business entity in Alaska, and they have their own agents in Alaska that help with the Alaska thing. So, okay. All right. Let's see. Hold on. I'm here. Okay. Let me go back. Name history. No records to view. Mergers. No records to view. Associated doing business as. No records to view. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to LMRA Services. The other 2. There's 3 of them. Y'all saw that, right? You saw that there's 3 of them. LMRA Services Inc. LMRA Services Inc. LMRA Services Inc. Now, what do you notice that's different about this entity than the others? It should stand out. It's a corporation. It's not an LLC. Their whole freaking thing is setting up all these LLCs. LLC, 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 LLC. But this one isn't incorporated. Now, BAM Franchising is also incorporation. Or it used to be. It was an Inc. Yes, exactly, Ambrosia. Not an yes, right. Now, is that significant? I think so. I'm not going to tell you why yet because we got to get into some more stuff and I ain't trying to get sued, but I think it is. Okay. So that was the 2016 one. It's over. It's done. But the other 2, one was started in 2018. One was started in 2020. And it's very confusing. I do not know. Oh, okay. Okay. One is a commercial registered agent. And one is a foreign business corporation. Yes. So this is the one from Alaska, I believe. Registered agent, legally mine, LLC. Principal, Daniel. Let me just take a look at this. Alaska, Anchorage. This is like the top dog of these companies. And I think Afraid of Lawsuits was serving the same purpose. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me return to the search. Oh, shoot. Hold on. Now I'm going to the 2018 one. Active. Filing history. Commercial registered agent. Listing statement. What is that? The commercial registered agent can be an individual or a business entity. Please select the correct option below. Okay, so yeah, this is them being a commercial registered agent. So I don't know if I'm going to figure it out. I will find it out. She gonna find the truth. She gonna crack the case. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to the complaint. The class action lawsuit we were reading. LMTA Old Co. is the LLC to probably protect the legally mine. LMTA? Is that a real thing? Or you mean LM Old Co.? There's an LMTA Old Co.? I haven't seen that one. Hold on. Let me just take a look. LMTA. You mean LMRA, right? Oh, no, it really is. Are you an accountant or something, Alex? Are you CPA? You have your CPA? Look at this. LMTA Old Co. Member, Daniel McNeff. Oh my God. Alex, who is Alex? Who are you? Okay. Look at this. Is crazy. There was a change made 5/22/2026. Remember whenever we made the big discovery over here about the 21st, like the LM Old Co. Legally Mine Old Co. is the new name of Legally Mine LLC, and a whole new Legally Mine LLC has been established, also a Legally Mine Tax and Accounting LLC. Well, guess what? That wasn't the only thing happening right around that same exact date. Alex is like, hi. Ben Part 1 dropped exactly 5/21, and the name of Legally Mine changed on 5/21, 4:49, 11 minutes before the corporation's division would have probably closed. I mean, I'm assuming they close at 5, maybe they close at 6. I bet they close at 5. And the very next day, this entity had an update. Oh, Alex, you got him, buddy. Oh my God, it was the day. It was the day. It was the day of Part 1. Again, something else happened on the day of Part 1, y'all. the same exact freaking time. Whoa, hold on. Oh boy. This is going to be a nightmare to try to organize later. This is the counterpart to Legally Mine. Oh my God, these people are freaking crazy. They did this to avoid lawsuits, in my opinion, for sure. Legally Mine Tax and Accounting, LLC, shall henceforth on the, again, I'm having deja vu. It's the same exact thing. It's happened again. I got to give this one to Alex. Alex told me this one live here. You saw it here. The same exact thing that happened with Legally Mine also happened with Legally Mine Tax and Accounting. Now, when I saw that Legally Mine Tax and Accounting was created, one, this is why it's so important as well to me. Glass Cannon, one, maybe a coincidence. Two, both at 4:49 p.m. on the day part one came out, when he was trying to serve them with a lawsuit, and Ben has been saying it. The reason they're acting like this because they don't want to get sued and they don't want to get arrested and they don't want to go to jail. They don't want to get sued. The reason they're acting like this is they don't want to get sued. They changed the name of two very big business, very important parts of their business to Old Co. on the day that the video came out talking about we're going to sue them. Now, what's interesting and important to remember here is nobody publicly, I'm certain that Ben has made these connections before I ever said it. I'm certain that he already knew this. I just feel like he did. I feel like he did. He is one of those plays chess, not checkers types. So I'm not even trying to say, oh, it was all me. I'm not trying to say that at all. But when I made the discovery for myself, because obviously I don't talk to Ben, he didn't tell me about it. I, figured it out on my own. When I made that discovery, I thought what had happened was they took Legally Mine and then they broke it into two. And that's how they were going to get away with being like, oh yeah, we needed to restructure and make one of them an accounting and tax part and one of them the sales part. And I thought that's how they would get away with it. That's not what happened. They had two already and they just renamed them. They did the rename and clone. The rename and clone. Oh my God. Never happened. That's fake. Delete everything LLC. What would Satan do LLC? Oh yeah, I mean, Ben's probably my cousin. I mean, really, we never talked, but that's probably my cousin. I always give people their flowers. If they did credit, if they deserve credit, they deserve credit. And like, I don't want people to think like, oh, I'm the only person, obviously I'm not. There's lawyers on this. There's lots of people. This is just, I'm just in my little lane over here, doing my little thing I know how to do. But I didn't even find this right here, but oh my God. And I think he tried to backdate it. He signed them both as of May 7th, 26. Daniel J. McNeff, managing member. Legally Mine Tax and Accounting, Old Co. Now, I have looked into the bankruptcy records because I was thinking, when do people use Old Co? Old Co is like when you want to decommission a special purpose acquisition vehicle, or when you are winding down the operations of a company to go bankrupt or to do a private equity conversion or something like that. So that's my understanding. I'm not a tax accounting person at all in any way, shape, or form. Although I did dabble in capital markets. I worked on like $1 billion deal while I was at the law firm, 1.1 billion. It was in the paper and everything. I mean, I was just like, like the very low level on the, please. I wasn't like in charge of anything except stressing out. But I stayed up and I talked to the SEC printer and did all kinds of stuff like that. But don't take anything I'm saying as if I'm an expert, because I really don't have any idea what I'm talking about. But I know what this date says. 4/49 on the day part one came out. They changed the name of two companies. But what I was saying is, why did they do that? That's why I kept digging. That's why I kept poking them. Why? Why is Legally Mine changing their name and then days later starting new Legally Mines? But I think the reason that it took them from the end of March, or excuse me, the beginning of March, all the way to the end of May to sue is they were doing all this. They were winding down, they were wrapping up, they were moving. I believe, in my opinion, I have no proof for this, it's not a fact, but I believe, in my opinion, they were moving stuff around to avoid lawsuit liability, just like their businesses do. Changing the names of all of the prior entities to obscure them from lawsuits, LLC. Busted, LLC. He backdated it to another lie, LLC. They trying to distance themselves so the cousins do not uncover their shady practices, LLC. Exposing a potential class action with disgruntled customers. Customers? You got to put the lid on the pot and hide the pot, everybody. LLC. Constant LLC. Reshuffling LLC. Yes, Little Lamb. The other one was also backdated. Yeah. I have that one I can pull up. I mean, I'm saying backdated. He could have, look, I wasn't there. He could have signed it on the 7th. I don't know why he would wait until after part 1 came out. At 4:49, but here we are. Like, as someone who has worked in a law firm, when I think about stuff that gets filed at 4:49, it's like it needs to be filed today. Like, it needs to be filed today. Unless it's just, okay, it's been there all day and, the courier was standing around and waiting and they didn't, whatever. But like, usually I think that means like it was a little bit of an emergency situation. Like, we had to get it filed. Like in a real estate, transaction or something like that. I'm pulling up the other LLC, change name. Okay, so the one we're looking at here is for the so-called tax and accounting. Legally Mine Tax and Accounting LLC is changing its name to LMTA Old Co. Daniel J. McNeff, managing member, under the penalties of perjury. The amendment certificate has been examined by me, best of my knowledge, believe true, whatever. Filing date of the original certificate, he didn't put. Okay, so look, it says 5/7/2026. That's his attestation, even though it didn't get filed till, he said on the 7th. It didn't get filed till the 21st. All right, so that's the one we were just looking at. And this one is the one that we have looked at a few times already, where they changed the name. Sorry, let me put this one down. This is to answer Little Lamb. This one's Legally Mine. Remember the other one we just looked at was Legally Mine Tax and Accounting, changing it to LMTA. This one is Legally Mine, changing it to LM Old Co. Again, 5/7/26. Also, again, May 21st, 2026. 4:49 p.m. Why? Is it because the managing member, even though he didn't have anything to do with the company for the last several years, used to be the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs, who is now getting exposed from one side of the internet to the other? They knew that video was coming. They were scared of that video in March. The lawsuit came down in May. What were they doing for those months? I think winding down the company, splitting it up. Do I know who's controlled the LLC been sued in small claims? No, but I have started as of this morning looking into those documents. There is a hearing on that case in 2 days, day after tomorrow. So I may look into that more today. It just depends. Thank you so much for the $4.99 rocks. Short answer is I really don't know. Wait a second. Okay, Defiant Samaritan. Okay, take with a grain of salt. This is just a tip, a mid-chat tip here. Thank you for the $5. New lead, Josh Johnson swiped his brother-in-law's inheritance of Lego. Initial contact confirmed by creator on Instagram. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for the $5. Thank you to Saturi in Exile for the $5. F those guys for underestimating YouTubers and their communities. Good game, everyone. Seriously, Alex. Alex wins the good game award of the day so far. Thank you so much to, okay. Thank you, Buck, too. Okay, Buck, thank you. Thank you, Lion Dust, for the €5. LMRA Services has the same address as Legally Mine. I did notice that, the Orem, Utah. I try not to focus too much on addresses because, that's how they start trying to act like you're harassing them or something. But I did notice that. Thank you so much to Bucks for the $10 super chat. Thank you, Bucks. So this is, I had missed, I just couldn't find it. But on one of the primary tools, this was from that My Legal Stronghold. We did take a little bit of a detour out of the class action complaint. We still are technically still reading that, but to go back to it. I like doing this. This is how, this is a live investigation. This is how my brain works. I have to okay, I had a thought. I have to go over there and chase it. Okay, now we'll come back. It's keeps us this is coming back to this. Now we're on base or whatever. Thank you for the $10. This is apparently what that website had said on the My Legal Stronghold. One of the primary tools Legally Mine uses to educate and guide businesses in lawsuit protection, My Legal Stronghold, is an easy-to-use, effective, highly interactive, hands-on web tool. Thank you for pointing that out. I just couldn't see it. I just couldn't find it. Have I looked into who is the PR firm? No, but I'm very curious about it. I have no idea who the PR firm is. I'd like for you to send me that on email if you wouldn't mind. Thanks so much for that. Okay, I definitely do need to take a short restroom break. So when I get back, we will, in a few moments, we will continue going over the class action lawsuit. I don't know what tool you're talking about. Rename and clone LLC. Okay, be right back, LLC. Okay. Okay, I'm back. LLC. Okay. You guys, Legally Mine is going to be a great name for the eventual docuseries. I gotta agree. I did look. I did look today at the Trademark and Copyright Office website and just to see if they have trademarked or copyright or whatever, and they have not. And I'm like, whew, that is a gaping vulnerability. They need to close up instantly. Because Ben probably got Legally Mine LLC shirts in the works. Chair Stream LLC, indeed. Okay. Are Josh and Ammon in the chat? That's what I'm wondering. Give them a warm welcome if so. Warm welcome if so. NPPR group was CC'd on all of the exhibits in the civil suit. Very interesting. Okay, so they're so cooked with changing the name on the day of the part one. They're so cooked. Okay. So in this LLC, okay, so we were reading here in this LLC, this is the class action lawsuit against Legally Mine, and named as the two owners of Legally Mine at this time, which is 2018, are Daniel McNeff and his son Ammon McNeff. Okay, so we're reading here, and they had kind of like, I don't know, like sort of tricked this guy, lured him. Well, I'll say lured him into entering into this contract for these asset protection services of creating all these LLCs here and there, LLC here, there, and everywhere LLC. And on information I believe, every person who signs this contract with them gets these two attachments, which are a brochure and a guarantee. These are documents. On information I believe, no person who is present. So you basically, you have to, in order to get those documents, you have to buy a package. And they advertise, the asset protection premium plus within a matter of weeks. They will get your asset protection program set up and also help with estate planning. And they say for this client, this plaintiff that's suing, none of that stuff was ever done for him. They just took his money and went down the street. Attachment B explains that those who purchase Legally Mine Asset Protection Premium Plus are entitled to exclusive services, including a qualifying registered agent, is it LMRA, the creation and filing of corporate minutes. Don't you have to actually have a meeting to have corporate minutes? They just make them up. Additional content on the website of legalstronghold.com and hard copies of any legal documents created. So it really was, I think this is closer to what Jay Mitten used to do. He would sell packets. Here's the forms you have to fill out, and then you go fill them out. Bye. But Daniel seems to have wanted to take it a step further and like provide the actual service instead. Like, okay, we'll just make it for you. We'll just make it all for you. But in so doing, he started to venture into the dangerous territory of the unauthorized practice of law. And he did get in trouble for that last year, and so did Legally Mine. But I know, don't pester or you breached. And F you just lost. He would sell kits. You also, apparently, if you got this package, you were entitled to ongoing expert assistance, including legal software and document updates, access to mylegalstronghold.com, unlimited entity creation after price cap has been met. That's never explained in the contract, by the way. And continued access to legal consultants and experts. That seems like they're saying lawyers. Continued access to legal consultants and experts sounds like lawyers. And again, I know we're like kind of way in the weeds at this point, but I just want to like zoom out. We're talking about the owner of Bricks and Minifigs, a franchise for Lego selling. Okay, let's zoom out. How did we get here? There's a franchise that is being accused of stealing someone's several thousand, we'll say, up to $200,000 collection of Legos. Now I do think that is a bit inflated. Let's just say 100,000. There's a company that sells Legos, resells Legos, and they're being accused of stealing. And somehow the owner of that company not only used to work for this whole asset protection kit selling place, but that company bought into the Lego selling company. What is even actually going on here? Why? Doesn't even make sense. It says everything but lawyer. But I mean, y'all tell me in the chat, if I'm looking at that as a consumer, I'm going to assume that means at the very least it's paralegals. It's weird to me. It's so weird to me. This is the Legos people. We're neck deep in lawsuits being filed against a company they used to own that does asset protection LLCs and estate planning. He ain't a lawyer. He got a psychology degree. Who are these people? I'm half-ass waiting for Raytheon to make an appearance, but that's a story for another day. Okay, anyway, so As another part of the package, they were supposed to get access to, or as another thing that was a perk of the package that you would get access to through this legal stronghold, blah, blah, blah. Annual services and benefits, including comprehensive update and review of documentation, review and update of tax savings plan, and review and update of asset protection blueprint. Okay, I read a lot about this asset protection blueprint this weekend, but not in this lawsuit. Attachment B says the total cost of everything they offer each member of their Premium Plus program would be more than $11,000. Legally Mine does not separately price any of these components. So that's like another kind of like just fluff statement. Attachment B states that the price charged when compared to what $11,000 would be a 90% savings for every single one of our customers. And it's just like, what do you mean? They're just saying a bunch of that doesn't mean anything. For the price of what a customer purchases from Legally Mine, to be a 90% savings, the price would have to be a savings of $9,900 and a discounted cost of $1,100. No price offered to plaintiff came close. Even if he selected just the Asset Protection Premium Plus, these people got in the weeds with the math. The price offered, which he paid, was $1,800. This is an overcharge of $700 at minimum. On the form contract that they said was a violation of the Consumer Protection Code because it required to put your card number, your CVV number, the expiration date, and all of that. You just got to write it down. Like, that's apparently illegal to make people do that. But on that contract, Legally Mine claims that the reason someone should purchase product B, Premium Asset Protection Document Access with Entity Creation at a price of $6,000, in addition to the $1,800 product A, Premium Plus, is that in so doing, the purchaser will receive access to over 100 specially designed legal documents through My Legal Stronghold. So they are selling legal documents. This is unauthorized practice of law if I ever saw it. Innocent till proven guilty. And yet, the access is explicitly included in Premium Plus, according to Attachment B. Additional content on mylegalstronghold.com, document updates, access to Legal Stronghold, comprehensive update and review of all documentation. On the form contract, Legally Mine explains that if someone should purchase product B, the purchaser would get complimentary service pertaining to the creation of legal entities and support for legal documents, and yet that service is already included with Premium Plus. So they're just going through the details of like comparing how it's just basically a BS ad. It's just fluffery. There were 5 detailed, quote, terms and conditions. Okay, so what were the terms and conditions of this crazy contract? Sufficient completion of the Legally Mine entity structure and program. This is not defined. So that if there's a term condition, we don't even know what that is. The other term and condition is application of the Legally Mine structure and program as set out in the customer's Legally Mine blueprint. The blueprint is also not defined. Application is to be for the full tax year following the registration and completion of all business entities. This means that the money-back warranty within the first year is not that. Okay, so the way that they file the taxes, it's like, okay, so you have this money-back guarantee for the first year. They tell you at these conferences, like, oh, you're going to get your money back. You're going to get all your money back if we don't save you what you would have made. But the lawyer is saying you can't even possibly get your money back in the first year because the money-back guarantee only kicks into place once they created all your entities. One of the terms and conditions is that clients have to utilize the Legally Mine educational, tax, and other savings strategies, which also are not defined. Customers, another term and condition, the 4th of 5, is that the submission of documentation within 90 days of the tax deadline for the following year showing tax and other savings less than the cost of the program. Oh my God. Customers' receipt of Legally Mine of another form outlining the terms and conditions already enumerated in the warranty itself. The customer has to sign it, date it, and return it to Legally Mine. So basically, they just make it really hard to get them to uphold their side of the bargain. And this is making me really want to dig. I already was going to, but it's really making me want to dig more into the contracts that BAM makes people sign. Because now that we know how they do it on the Legally Mine side, at least according to allegations in now various lawsuits, I'm just wondering how much of that translated over to Bricks and Minifigs. Because, I mean, look, before Ammon and Matt, before Ammon was CEO, apparently his daddy was CEO. So, okay. So now we're getting back into the drama of this lawsuit. So this is the specific facts to the plaintiff. On October 25th, I believe this was in 2016, plaintiff called Legally Mine. He called up Legally Mine, this doctor did. Legally Mine was unaware of any obligation to plaintiff. They set up a time to telephone him later that day, and they called him and asked for certain financial information from him. Following that call, he had regrets and he thought that the program was likely a scam. Okay, so after he talked to him, he's like, actually, y'all sound scamish. He then emailed Legally Mine the next day, October 26th, 2016, and he expressed his desire, actually, for Legally Mine to do nothing on his behalf. He wanted to cancel. Okay, so he wanted to cancel. So he called him on the 25th. They didn't even know who in the hell he even was. The next day, he calls him back. You know what? Just cancel it. The next day after that, so that happened on the 25th, he calls him up. He's like, y'all going to do what I paid y'all to do? They said, yeah, they would. The next day, he calls him back. He says, you know what? I don't really want to do it anymore. They say, okay, that was the 26th. The next day after that, the 27th, Legally Mine emails plaintiff, that's the doctor who's suing in this class action, emailed him confirming, okay, fine, we won't do it then. So a few days later, like a week or whatever later, November 1st, Legally Mine then directed plaintiff to their web link, their website. They said that's what you're going to need to access in order to obtain a refund. When he accessed this website from his home in California, he saw another lengthy, dense, and confusing set of warnings and conditions. I agree to be subject to the terms and conditions of this service discontinuation request as outlined below. He was apprehensive about proceeding. Seeing all these warnings and all this stuff, he's like, I don't know about this. Instead of continuing on there and canceling, because he was like, I don't know, this seems scammy, he emailed the president of the Orthopedics Association. Remember, that's where this all started, at the, hold on. Golly, we went through a lot of pages. The American Society of Ophthalmic, Plastic, and Reconstructive Surgery. American Society of Ophthalmic, Plastic, and Reconstructive Surgery. That's the ASOPRS. And that is where there was that gathering, the lunch and learn about lowering taxes, keys to locking out lawsuits. So that's where this all kind of started. That's where he filled out that form and all that. So he finally is like, all right, this company seems scammy. He reached out to the president of that association to complain about Legally Mine on March 28th, 2017. 2 months later, May 2017, plaintiff filed a complaint about Legally Mine with the FTC. Plaintiff looked into filing a complaint with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, but was told that this matter did not fall into their jurisdiction. On May 17th, plaintiff wrote again to Legally Mine asking for a refund by certified mail. Legally Mine never responded. Okay, when we get into this other lawsuit, I know it's like going to be a really long stream today, but y'all are going to faint. Okay, the crescendo is going to be a little delayed today, but we did have a lot to get through. On May 17th, plaintiff wrote again asking for a refund, and they never responded. Legally Mine just ghosted. He has engaged attorneys who filed this lawsuit concerning this dispute and has agreed to pay them a reasonable fee. More than 30 days prior to the commencement of this action, so more than 30 days before we filed this lawsuit, we wrote to Legally Mine in Utah, demanding that they correct, repair, replace, or otherwise rectify the goods or services in violation of unlawful practices that we already detailed above. This letter is attached as Exhibit 2. No response was ever received, and I do have that exhibit as well. In the more than 30 days that have passed, Legally Mine has not communicated any appropriate correction, repair, replacement, or other remedy. They have not agreed to make such a response within a reasonable time. And declaration to these facts is in Exhibit 3. So the class action is all California physicians and dentists who signed up for an asset protection plan with Legally Mine commencing up to 4 years prior to the filing of this complaint, who did not renew following 1 year, and who tried to cancel within the first year. Okay, so this is the class of people that they tried to go with, who signed up in California, who did not proceed to get help from Legally Mine. So these are the people that it would apply to. This actually didn't end up going to court or like fully to trial, and we'll see why in a moment. All California physicians and dentists, commonality, first claim for relief, illegal conditions to a contract, no cancellation. The second claim for relief is that the no cancellation term violates the 3-day seminar sale rule. Oh, there's a 3-day seminar sale rule. Third claim for relief, auto renewal terms are not sufficiently clear. Fourth claim for relief is unconscientiality, I think, or whatever. The contract is unconscionable. The unconscionable contract. Unconscionable no cancellation term. Unconscionable auto renewal terms aren't. Okay, so a bunch of unconscionable. Eighth claim for relief is money had and received requiring refund, unjust enrichment, tax savings, or a money back guarantee, which is a breach of contract, option to cancel after 1 year, credit card closure. Oh my God. It just keeps going. Daniel Rosenberg, whoa. So let's look at how that case ended up. On Pacer. Okay. That is this case right here, Eliasia versus Legally Mine, LLC. Now, it does appear there's 2 of them. They do have distinct case numbers, but it's the same plaintiff versus the same. So we'll take a look at that too, because there does seem to be another one. Same plaintiff, same jurisdiction, same defendants. Seems like it. Stipulation, dismissed with prejudice, filed by Legally Mine. Wait, okay, this is him versus Casra Eliasia versus Legally Mine. Proposed summons, case assigned to magistrate, application for refund, consent declination to proceed before a magistrate, refund status, refund denied. I don't want to read all this right now. Motion for default judgment. Order to defendant's counsel. Okay, hold on. Set aside. Legally Mine LLC. Response is due by. Let's see. Affidavit of service. So it looks like they lost a default. The same thing that happened to in the Reckless Ben case where he sued him and they just didn't respond or didn't do anything and he got a default judgment. But then the default judgment ended up in Ben's case not actually being ultimately, like, what ended up happening was that it did get dismissed because he actually did file it against the wrong LLC, which just seems to be the plan. I mean, it seems to be like, what is the purpose of all these LLCs? We Lie LLC. It is Legally Mine LLC. Could Ben say he's investigating Legally Mine as unrelated to BAM? No, because the dad has now come out and said publicly on his Facebook page that he used to be the owner, or that he used to be the CEO. It is so obvious that all these LLCs are owned by the same idiot. It shouldn't be hard to get a real judge to look at this and slap him with all sorts of malpractice, right? Who knows? It does seem like he's gotten away with it for a very long time. Pierce the Corporate Veil, LLC. This lawsuit protection company surely loses a lot of lawsuits. If I were stupid enough to get a franchise with these people, I'd be so mad right now. I guess that's how the cookie crumbles when you get into bed with the Cookie Monster. But wow. Coffeezilla needs to investigate Legally Mine. I hope he does. I hope he does. So how did this lawsuit end? Motion to continue the hearing. Order. Granting stipulation continuing hearing. Certificate. I'll click through these documents later. Default. They want default. So he filed for default judgment again. This is what these people do when you try to sue them. I mean, you are kind of getting a sense of what they do. They wait too long. You get the default judgment. Then they come around crawling like little cockroaches out from under the tree. And then they're like, oh no, we need more time. They get the more time. And it's all the while just more and more and more crap having to be filed. Like, you want to do all this for $7,000? And that's why Josh crossed his arms and said, you're not going to... Yeah, it's going to be worth it more. It's not even going to be worth it. When the set's going to be worth more than the game. Whatever bullshit he said to Brian. Compel arbitration filed. Okay, all right. So look, then they file this. This is exactly what happened in the Rico case with Vail. They tried to force arbitration. And I think that's what BAM, Bricks and Minifigs does with its franchise owners that try to sue too. They try to force arbitration. Look, you can see it right here on the docket. Answer to complaint filed by Legally Mine. You want to see it? Should we look at it? I mean, I haven't downloaded it or anything. Oh, it's long. Oh, it's just admission. Okay, so this is the answer to the complaint. They're denying allegations. Okay, I'll have to, it doesn't have like their, it's not like a motion. It's like a answer. So it's not that. So they're trying to force arbitration. Look, this Jerome Hillary, he still works over there with them, I think. It's about the arbitration clause, and they're trying to force the arbitration. Motion to compel arbitration, motion for attorney's fees, ancillary relief, motion to permit plaintiff to file amended complaint. Dang, this thing went on for a bit. Order. Okay, scheduling. First amended complaint. So he filed another complaint. We'll have to get into this case more another day too. I do want to get into some other stuff, but I don't want to spend the whole day on one lawsuit. Case management statement. So this is going into 2020. There's this huge lawsuit going on, and it might end up being a class action. And it's all during, like, the shit is hitting the fan. Excuse my language. This is a very, very high stress time for these people right now. This is like spring, summer 2020, COVID height. They can't go to their conferences. They can't go to their summits. They're about to end up getting in a big old fight with Ammon, or that might have already commenced. Stipulation. Okay, so the last hearing they had was October 2020. Minute entry for proceedings held before the magistrate. Status conference held on Zoom. The parties agreed to extend all deadlines by 3 months. The court is going to issue an amended case management order. Right. Okay, so they pushed it off for 3 months. I bet you they settled. That's why I said they settled. So they agreed to push the case off. Again, I don't even know if they were allowed to go to court. Let's see what the last filing in the case was. It was in 2020. No, I want to Just how I end up having to pay for stuff twice. I need a consumer class action against Pacer. Just kidding. It's loading. Okay, the parties, yes, it was settled. The parties to this case stipulate to the dismissal with prejudice on the merits, plaintiff's complaint against defendant. So can't, sue again probably or whatever. So yeah, okay, so this guy, he was fitting to go class action. But this doctor, I mean, they probably paid him, if I had to guess. Now, that one got dismissed in 2020, but there's a whole nother one. So let me just take a look at that one. Like, there's another lawsuit called LCIA against, refiled. Look, refiled post-arbitration. Okay, should we see what's up with it? I mean, I'm kind of invested now. Refiled post-arbitration. I'm looking at the last court document filed here. As discussed at the November 2019 case management conference, the court shall reopen the case. Defendant has until... Okay, so when we talked about the RICO against Vail Corporate the other day, one of the reasons why that case is still ongoing right now is because it was pushed off to arbitration, but they had RICO claims. And the legal argument that actually succeeded at the appeal court level was that it might be unconstitutional to force an arbitration clause in a RICO case because it actually takes away people's rights under RICO. Let me see. Unconstitutional. So generally it's not considered to be. Generally it's not considered to be against people's rights, the rights of the people under RICO, the rights that, are protected by RICO, to the RICO statute to force arbitration. But I think that argument was successful on appeal, at least insofar as it required a consideration of the question explicitly itself by the lower court judge. The lower court just dismissed it outright, said, no, y'all got to go to arbitration. But the people who were forced to go into arbitration are saying, this is not fair. You shouldn't be able to force arbitration with this kind of a racketeering. They shouldn't get the benefit of the doubt of good faith of their contract they entered into because they were scamming us. So why are we being held to this contract when it was a scam contract? I mean, that's the argument. Under the auspices of Lego Head Office LLC. Okay, so anyway, I've had enough of that doctor right now. So that wasn't the only lawsuit I came across this weekend. I mean, I came across several actually. And that brings us to the web, back to the web. So let's get back to home base over there. Where was the court? It was California District Court. One of the district courts over there. Was that the 9th district? Let me see. I can tell you. Hold on. Northern District of California. United States District Court, Northern District of California, class action complaint. Okay. We're back here. So many bricks to brick. So many bricks to brick. Oops, we did it again. We sued LLC. Afraid of lawsuits, must be doing exposure therapy. Okay, so So that's 2 states. Okay, we need to start putting the states on here. Let me get an outline of the states. Can I, do they have them up here? So we have a few different states going on. We have California. Class action was filed, went to arbitration, refiled, then I think they settled it. We have Ohio. That's where Legally Mine was found to be engaged in the unauthorized practice of law. We have, I think the other couple was a California state as well, the Thomases. Could they be playing this game to run the statute of limitation? I mean, who knows? I can't think like these people. Thanks so much to Dan Booze for the £5 super chat. Could it be that Daniel McNeff is saying he was CEO of BAM right now to be under the umbrella of the TRO? I wouldn't put it past that narcissistic freak, not for 1 second, over there bitching like a girl. Anyway, okay. So speaking of him, let's go here. This is the thing I've been the most excited to talk about, and we're like 3.5 hours in. I haven't even gotten to it yet. All right. So we've already talked about McNeff versus McNeff. We already know about that lawsuit. That one happened in the Pacer court. I mean, the federal court. That one happened in federal court. Hold on. I need to do my blotting sheets. Sitting up under these lights. Okay. Let me reset. Okay. So we already know about McNeff versus McNeff. And this was a dispute over Legally Mine. To remind you, I mean, this is when we broke the internet a little bit, on this case at least. The niche internet, the community, we'll say, with this revelation. Earlier when I wasn't looking for it. Oh yeah, the blueprint. The blueprint. Asset protection blueprint. That was from a different lawsuit. He went to the cannabis conference. Oh, here. McNeff versus McNeff. So this is where we were days ago. This is where it was like, oh, whoa, hold on. We've been searching for answers to see if Legally Mine has anything to do with bricks and minifigs. Come to find out, yes, it does. Not only has Dan admitted to being the CEO and having the company illegally stolen from him. Oh, you mean you're accusing your sons of illegally stealing things and they're in a huge lawsuit trying to act like they're not illegally stealing things? Okay, got it. With dads like that, who needs an enemy? But anyway, so we already knew about this lawsuit they got into with each other's. And the sons, Ammon and Matt, who are the owners of Bricks and Minifigs today, they sued their dad. They put all kind of stuff in there that then exposed, the relationship between Bricks and Minifigs and Legally Mine. Look, paragraph 272, Legally Mine had a purchase agreement to purchase several $1 million worth of stock in BAM, Bricks and Minifigs, franchising. The purchase agreement allowed for repossession of the stock. Oh yeah, doesn't it always? Don't they always get a repossess if you just even so much as pester them? So they repossessed their dad's, or Legally Mine's stock in the company because Legally Mine failed to make monthly payments. Now that we're circling back around to this, I know we've seen this before, but isn't it a little bit richer now? When you really think about it, why is Legally Mine having to make monthly payments on stocks they already own? What in the MLM hell is going actually on here? Legally Mine had an equity position for over $1 million in the stock of Bricks and Minifigs. Upon information and belief, February 2020, remember I told you it was really heating up? The lawsuit we just looked at, that class action, was from May 2020. Oh wait, hold on. No, that was from 2018. Yeah, they settled it in May 2020, I think. So they gave that poor man the runaround. And they look, it does appear as though they did keep their promise. We will make it hell for you to try to sue us. We will spend so much money. We will lose money just to make sure we don't lose it to you. That's what it seems like. Seems like how they act. Legally Mine had an equity position of over $1 million in stock. Upon information and belief, around February 2020, Daniel McNeff, the CEO, owner, or whatever of Legally Mine, Lindsay and Kathleen, these are the people that kind of were in charge of Legally Mine whenever they were against Ammon and Matt. They caused payments to stop being made on the stock purchase agreement. Oh man, I want to see the stock purchase agreement. I have to see the stock purchase agreement. Where is the stock purchase agreement? Dan, Lindsay, Kathleen, and Martin refused to maintain the payments for Bricks and Minifigs franchising, causing Legally Mine to lose the stock it had purchased. And this is where Dan is saying in his Facebook post that his sons illegally stole the company or tried to gain control of his company or whatever. Upon information and belief, I think this is a law firm, encourage non-payment and or negotiated on behalf of Legally Mine. Okay, so we knew about that lawsuit. We already read that lawsuit. We already knew about the shares, the 450 shares, all of that. Well, this weekend, I spent hours and hours and hours and hours on Saturday researching another lawsuit between the same parties, the dad and the sons. Now, this one happened actually in Utah. The other one was like a federal. This one had a lot more information, and I made a timeline. So I guess let's just kind of start here, and then I want to take y'all through some of the things that were said in the lawsuit. 2016 to 2018, there was a lot going on, okay? Because 2018 is when supposedly Ammon and Matt bought Bricks and Minifigs, but now we find out Dan was the original CEO. 2019 is the first time Ammon and Matt sue their dad. That gets dismissed and is forced to go to arbitration. Then, I got them out of order. 2018, okay, they take over BAM. Okay, I did have that in there. Let me take that out. Okay, so July, I was just like fast and furious this weekend. Okay. 2016, 2018, Ammon and apparently his wife are having tax problems. They are starting to owe money to the IRS. It's the same year that they take over the Bricks and Minifigs franchise. They're up to like $171,000 in taxes. Ammon and Matt that same year, 2018, they buy BAM, the Bricks and Minifigs. Now we find out actually it was Dan that was originally the CEO, not Ammon. But anyway, July 2019 rolls around. Ammon approaches David Gibb regarding an American Express loan. David Gibb denies to sign for the loan. And you can pause it here and kind of go down. But this is like the representation of, a lot of the stuff that I found this weekend. I found this right here. I'm actually going to pull these up and look at them and talk about them. But I found many parts and places of these documents that they actually brought out their private arbitration tribunal. A huge reason why people go to arbitration in the first place is to keep their business off the streets, to keep their business behind closed doors. They don't want to be turning over all their practices and their personal business and all their information and what goes on here, there, and everywhere. They don't want to startle the stakeholders and things like that. So a big reason people go to arbitration is just cheaper sometimes. And also to just kind of keep it out of the public record. Well, they done filed so many of these supposedly private records. Now, I will say a lot of them, of these records, are indeed and in fact still classified as private. But I spent, I don't know, $30 or something this weekend on these documents. So I figured let's just go ahead and look into this other lawsuit. Not really, I mean, they're making the same claims about each other, like, oh, they kicked me out of the company. No, he kicked me out. No, he locked me out of my office. No, he locked me out. But in the meantime of them doing all that, all this other information comes out. And we got some more information about BAM and its connection with Legally Mine and all of that. Thank you so much to Bryce for the $99.99 super chat. Thank you. Sent follow-up DM on X. Let's get you here to Utah to report on all this. I do want to go to the court. Thank you so much. That's very generous super chat. I'm trying to make it out there. Thank you for the $99.99. Google bricks and minifigs and URL gov and look for cards to see a Washington franchisee agreement. What is NURL gov? Bricks and minifigs. And your, what does that mean? Okay, hold on. I'm not like the most technically, advanced with all this typing in URL link. Okay. Google bricks and minifigs, quote, space, INURL, :gov. I did put a space where you put the space. Was I supposed to do that? Thank you for the $5 too, by the way. No, it said cannot find server. Yeah, no, I just said like a girl because I knew it would make him mad, to be honest. Bricks and minifigs. What is INURL? Bricks and minifigs. What does INURL mean? Block party with bricks and minifigs. I'll pass. I don't want to go. Is it the franchise disclosure agreement? Franchise disclosure agreement. I already got that. Okay, that's not working for me. It's probably user error though. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I'll have to try and figure out. And URL. It searches within .gov. Oh, okay. Okay. So you do a space after it. And URL. Yeah, .gov. Okay, let me do this. Space. Ribbon cuttings for Clean Business Award. Library partnerships. That's probably why they get so much special treatment, because they get into the communities and donate money and stuff. Okay, anyway, all right. So without further ado, let's get into the McNeff versus McNeff from when was that? The 13th. Let me go. There's so many McNeff versus McNeffs. I need to make sure I got the right thing here. I don't think that's it. Hold on. Okay. We'll just start here. It's such a freaking wild goose chase. So we'll just start here. Okay, so this is an arbitration proceeding that came out as an exhibit in McNeff versus McNeff, Exhibit S. Arbitration proceeding, Ammon and Matthew, the brothers, versus the dad. And they wanted an order addressing motion for order to show cause regarding Chargify. Okay, the Chargify finally coming back around here. And motion to appoint a managing member. This is arbitration. This was never supposed to see the light of day, but these two couldn't help themselves and put it out in the light of day. So this was all going on in the arbitration proceedings. Remember, they sued each other in court, but then it was like the arbitration was forced. Well, here they are in arbitration. Before the arbitration tribunal, that's kind of like what they call the court when it's arbitration. Respondent's motion, that's Daniel, he motioned for an order to show cause regarding Chargify. And the claimants, the plaintiffs, motion to appoint a managing member. The tribunal has carefully reviewed the memoranda, so the papers they filed, the email communications relating to the motions, the case law. And this is my ruling, he says. Although the tribunal believes that claimants did not, that's Ammon and his brother, they did not comply with the court's order addressing turning over administrative control and authority with respect to Legally Mind's electronic accounts. The tribunal, the court, the arbitration court, believes that control was effectively turned over to Legally Mind. We find there's no material prejudice to Legally Mind from Ammon or Matthew. They were trying to get a new manager appointed. But what's his name? Dan. God, there's so much going on in my mind. Dan, he did not want to give it up. He wanted to stay manager, but Ammon and Matt were like, no, if we can't be manager, you can't be manager. And the judge in the arbitration court was like, okay, no, I don't think it's appropriate for any of y'all to be the manager. And he lays out a way to vote for a new one with the issuance of this order. Okay, so let me get to the one that names the bricks and the minifigs thing. Hold on. Hold on, let me go to my web. (2020) October 19th. All right. This is where it's like they didn't want this public. I really think Dan might have known I was finna find this. Like the day I was looking this stuff up, downloading these documents is the same day he put that Facebook post up. Like he knew I was about to find this and it was not going to be up for debate anymore. I just feel it. That's what I think. That's an opinion. I don't really know. Okay. So this is a court filing. Now this is a different case, but they ended up all getting consolidated. So this is Daniel, the dad, suing Ammon and Matthew, and he's suing alongside with Legally Mine. So it's an ex parte motion for a temporary restraining order. Dan was trying to get a temporary restraining order. This thing is 114 pages long. Plaintiff Daniel McNeff and Legally Mine are suing his sons and the other owners of Legally Mine. Now remember, who's the owners of Legally Mine at this point in 2020? It's Ammon, his brother Matt, and Daniel, all three of them. Okay. What does Dan, the dad, want a restraining order for? He wants them to relinquish and deliver to Legally Mine the occupation and control over the office building. He said that his sons entered and took control of in the dark of night between close of business on October 15th, 2020 and the early morning hours on Friday, October 16th, 2020. Well, this kind of sounds like what they do. They show up in the dark of night and take over. Daniel wants a preliminary injunction and a temporary restraining order. This is the dad. Title and full administrative control over all these accounts. Chargify, OneWire, Advanced Payment Solutions. Remember Orion? Do y'all remember Orion? That's the whole thing about like Afraid of Lawsuits LLC with David Gibb, and he was claiming that Ammon took this Orion account and made it go into his own account. Guess what I found out in this lawsuit? The monthly income for Legally Mine LLC at that time was $300,000 to $400,000 a month. That's what they were arguing over. And remember, this is like February, March, April, May 2020. They didn't even have any money coming in from their little conferences or anything. Their little summits, they were all canceled. They couldn't go to those anymore. They couldn't do it. And so Ammon tried to take that $300,000 or $400,000 and reroute it to himself, according to allegations in a lawsuit. I don't know. I wasn't there. Yep, Orion. Dun, dun, dun. Yep, y'all remember Orion. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Isn't it? Now, that's not the only account that old Danny boy was suing over. No, it's not. He was suing over the Google Suite, Legally Mine's website. Defendants were ordered to do this already in arbitration. The court should enjoin them from entering into or being within 100 yards of Legally Mine's offices. And he also requested that this guy, Lindsey Thompson, be the manager. Dan, this is back in 2020, wanted to, and this is October 2020, so everything is like completely locked down at this point. Plaintiffs request, this is Dan and Legally Mine, request preliminary injunction hearing as soon as possible in this matter and in no event later than the expiration day of the temporary restraining order sought herein. Okay, so introduction. Dan owns 79% of the company Legally Mine. Ammon owns 11, and his brother Matthew owns 10. Ammon and Matthew, quote, seized control of Legally Mine's offices, locked out the 79% owner and its employees, and have sent termination letters to many employees. Ammon and Matthew were ordered by the arbitrator to deliver all control of computer-delivered services, but Ammon retains control. Legally Mine is a company providing tax, asset protection, and financial strategy advice to discerning clients. Ammon McNeff and Matthew McNeff's. Okay. So in 2009, Dan formed Legally Mine as a single-member Utah limited liability company. As of January 2019, Dan had given Ammon 11% interest ownership in Legally Mine. So for at least several years, 2 years, 1 year, 2, 3, for at least 1 to 3 years, Ammon was owner of Legally Mine and the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. Okay, so there was actually overlap in his serving on, the executive or whatever of both companies, or the leadership. As of January 2019, Dan, the dad, had given Ammon 11% and his other son, Matt, 10% in Legally Mine. They amended and restated the operating agreement in 2020. The arbitrator held that Dan and the defendants continued to hold these ownership percentages or interests. I don't think that's the case today. I think they split the baby. I think they went their separate ways, and I think, this is what I really think, Ammon and Matt gave up any ownership interest in Legally Mine, and Dan gave up ownership interest in Bricks and Minifigs. That's what I think happened. I don't know. I'm not saying that I saw that written anywhere, but I do think that's what happened. In January 2019, Dan and his sons, Ammon and Matt, entered into an amended and restated operating agreement of Legally Mine LLC. On November 2019, defendants, that's the brothers, the sons, they filed their verified complaint in this arbitration matter, asserting 12 claims for relief. During the arbitration, this would have been March 3rd, 2020. The sons filed an emergency motion for injunction and a request for fees. The emergency motion followed was in response to an email. Okay, right here. This is important. Lock in. The emergency motion that Ammon and Matt filed was in response to an email. Okay, this is the hammer of the day. Get ready for the hammer. Let me get my hammer. I lost it. Oh, I found it. Okay, get ready. This is what I've been waiting 4 hours to get to. Matt and Ammon filed an emergency motion for a temporary restraining order / injunction in response to this email. So there's this email that comes along and they freak out and they're filing this stuff in the arbitration court. But what does the email say? Y'all are going to freak out. The emergency motion followed and was in response to an email from Dan to defendants. That's his sons. He's the managing member of Legally Mine, and he instructed them to vacate their offices as Legally Mine, vacate their offices at Legally Mine as well as their current responsibilities with respect to Legally Mine and Medisource marketing. All right, unassuming, except what is Medisource marketing? Would you be surprised, because I most certainly wasn't, to find out that it has something to do with insurance? So at the time that, this is why we do timelines here. At the time that Ammon and his brother, Matt, owned Bricks and Minifigs, or at least they represented to the public that they did, BAM Franchising Inc. At the same time, this is March 2020. This is years after they had bought that company. They filed an emergency motion for injunction and request for fees because Dan had sent him this email. Now, he told him, get your shit and get out of my office. You can't be at Legally Mine anymore. And also, you don't have any more responsibilities with Legally Mine. This is in 2020. And you also have no more responsibilities with Medisource marketing. Okay, unassuming at first. But a copy of the email is attached as Exhibit C. So before we get to all these 114 pages, I want to go straight to Exhibit C. Oh, shoot. Here's that screenshot about the $300,000 or $400,000 a month. But I want to get to the exhibits. Okay, let's go to Exhibit C because this email is the big thing that I wanted to get to today. There's so much stuff I want to talk to y'all about in this lawsuit. We're going to have to do a whole day of this. That's what I thought today was going to be, but it took me too long to get through the other stuff. Oh, they found that Dan is a liar, by the way. The arbitrator finds respondent Daniel McNeff gave certain testimony at the arbitration hearing that he knew or should have known wasn't truthful. He violated the arbitrator's order, failed to give claimants prompt read-only access to Legally Mine's bank account as a sanction. His sons were awarded costs and attorney's fees, so he's found to be a liar. Okay, we got to get to Exhibit C. As you can see, I went through all this. All right. This is going to be a clip for the video today, too. The lawsuit, this is from Daniel McNeff, to Ammon. So from the dad to the son. The lawsuit filed October 2019 has created a lot of ill feelings between father and sons, and also a lot of apprehension on the part of Legally Mine employees. Many of the employees have just been waiting for the day when my presumed permanent exit would take place. And all of the employees have felt the animosity and split between sides that have been taken. Okay, this is from Dan McNeff, CEO, managing partner, Legally Mine LLC, to his own sons and others. Most, if not all, of the Legally Mine employees are just tired of it and want it to end and for us to go back to working in a cohesive manner. I am one of those people. I feel it is in the best interests of Legally Mine to have Ammon McNeff and Matthew McNeff vacate their offices at Legally Mine, as well as their current responsibilities with respect to Legally Mine. This was 2 years into them owning BAM. Two good years in. They owned BAM for 2 years. They also had been working at a franchise for 4 years at one of the stores, according to what they say on the timeline. I mean, I never went in there and checked their hours or anything. But the dad said, I think it's in the best interest of Legally Mine for y'all to get about my office. Now, that is what we just read in the top part of that lawsuit. But look, the email goes on, and I think it's the most important part of this whole thing. Accordingly, sons, I'm going to have you move your offices to the other office building, and I want your attention focused on building BAM Franchising Inc. I would ask that you give Jonathan any and all administrative names, passwords, so responsibilities for these can be taken by others. This would also include all information to items such as the security system, email accounts, Google Drive, websites, and the American Express loan. Now, the American Express loan is a whole nother side rabbit hole, but we'll get to that later. He said, you're not being terminated. This is something so important. I cannot understate how important this is. Because according to the arbitrator, they went to arbitration. The arbitrator said there is a restraining order against Dan. He cannot fire / aka terminate his sons. He cannot fire them. He cannot fire them. That was one of the things. While we're doing this arbitration, you can't fire them. You can't take away their ownership. You cannot terminate them from their job. So he sends this email. Thank you. Yes, this is them being assigned. Yep, this is the assignment. This is the assignment. I would ask you give Jonathan all your passwords. You are not being terminated, but I want your attention focused on building Bricks and Minifigs franchising. Do you notice he did not say I want your attention focused on building your own one store? He said I want your attention focused on Bricks and Minifigs franchising. Go build the franchise, but you're not being terminated. How can it simultaneously be true? How can it simultaneously be true that they're not being terminated, but they have to focus all their attention on BAM? That means they're still working for Legally Mine, LLC, even while they own BAM. Now remember, Legally Mine basically went out of business and changed its name the day Part 1 came out. This is the avoiding tax liability and avoiding legal liability, litigation liability company. I need my little thing. I don't have nothing to hit it on. That seems like I'm about to do a toast. For years they overlapped. Now I have more to get into. I mean, this is pretty much the thing though. Like, I told you I would find out. How much, if anything, does BAM have to do with Legally Mine? Now, when we started asking that question about Tuesday last week, it seemed very conflated, and a lot of people still don't know. Shout out to Echo Base Network. I had the opportunity to watch some of their video last night, their live stream. Shout out to them. They gave me a lot of shout outs that were very nice. I feel like I'm listening to my uncles talk or something over there. They sound very like my uncles or my cousins. But they were talking about the Dan Facebook post, and they were like confused by it. They were like, I don't understand. Nobody's calling him out. Nobody's coming for him. They were saying what I said too, which is like, yeah, like no one should be shooting through windows, throwing, or even doing anything harassing, especially to, somebody who's not even a part of the story or whatever. But it's anybody. I don't think they knew how much of a part of the story he really was. And I don't think any of us did. I spent about 15, 25 hours on live trying to make the connections. Dan came out and made some of the connections. He said he used to be the CEO. If Bricks and Minifigs fails, we're going to go after Legally Mine. Oh, I mean, LM Oldco. Well, LM Oldco is about to go bankrupt. They're going to say they're bankrupt. They're going to say that they don't have any they don't have any assets. They're probably insolvent. So you're not going to be able to get it from them. So then who do you go for? Maybe the managing member of all of those companies, Daniel J. McNeff, who's now trying to act like a victim. He had all his stuff stolen from him. Could it be Bricks and Minifigs is the washing machine for Legally Mine's finances? Okay, so I don't know. I told y'all, I'm not a tax person, really. I'm really not a numbers person too much. I get by, but I'm really not. But I have a theory, just a working theory. It's a hypothesis, not even theory. It's hypothesis that there's something going on with and I'm going to use the word transfer, but I don't know if that's the right word to be using. Let's say this is a actual Bricks and Minifigs location. Let's just say it's on 123 Main Street, Narnia, USA. Okay, we're just sitting here. Okay, so here's the clip. Here's the Bricks and Minifigs. It's an actual store. So if you're a customer, you know, you can walk up to the store and, you know, sell your Legos and you can leave. Okay. Now, what if the owner of this store is a franchisee? What if it's a franchise location, not one of the corporate locations? We're not in Orem, Utah, okay? We're like somewhere else. I don't want to say that one of those stores we already know because I don't want to get stuff confused with a hypothetical. We're in Narnia over here, and it's a franchise. The King Aslan owns the franchise. Okay, and he's like tired of it, and he doesn't want to do it anymore. So then here comes Josh. I don't want to make him something cute. I want to make him this. Okay, here comes Josh to take over the store. Who actually now owns that store? Is it, hear me out, stay with me. Who owns the store now? Who owns the Narnia store? Is it BAM Franchising? When Josh told the cops the business absorbs the inventory, what is the business? Is it BAM Franchising or Bricks and Minifigs LLC Inc. or whatever? Because these are two different companies. They are two different companies. There's Bricks and Minifigs, and then there's BAM Franchising. But then where do all these other little Bricks and Minifigs, Baker, this, that, and the others fit? And this brings me down here. It's so confusing, and we talked about it earlier with Sheldon Norcross's video about Brandon and Josh and how they're doing this cake and eat it, have the cake and eat it too thing. Is Josh an owner, a co-owner, as was stated to the public in the press release? Parting ways. Or is he a corporate employee, as he repeatedly said to the police? Which one is it? Is he a corporate employee or is he a co-owner? The other owner that was supposedly the co-owner was Brandon Best. We already know about the Salem Baker Bricks store. There was this Crystal Law. She did have a C&B Bricks and Minifigs, Salem 1, Crystal Law was there. And so when I say who owns the store when corporate repossesses it, I really mean that. Is it individuals like Josh? And if so, does that create a conflict? Because he can't be simultaneously a co-owner of the franchise, but also a corporate employee, or maybe he can. But why wasn't that reported on the FDD disclosure? That's not the only joint enterprise they have. They also have this Florida one, Wesley Chapel Baker Bricks, and that's both Josh Johnson and Brandon Best, both listed there. So I'm starting to wonder, is this a way to protect assets? Who owns the buildings of these Bricks and Minifigs? Who holds the leases? If a person cannot continue in business, if a franchise owner cannot continue in business, does BAM or Bricks and Minifigs get some type of insurance payout? Is it inevitable that the people are not going to last? I mean, these contracts last 10 years. If you can't keep the Bricks and Minifigs store open, you basically just forfeit everything you had in it and you have no right to recover anything. But what if the whole model sets you up to fail? I'm not saying it does. But it's almost like a way to let somebody else hold something you already have for a minute, just to know you're going to get to take it back anyway. And I'm wondering how that relates with, for example, the fact that when Crystal Law got kicked out of her store by Brandon Best on November 14th, 2024, and it wasn't until March that Brandon claims he took over, even though he was there that night she got kicked out and there to kick her out. The person who took over the store was actually Joshua Johnson. But Joshua Johnson on the behalf of corporate as a corporate employee, and he told the cops, gotta protect the assets. Who owns the store? Who owns the store? Is it a corporate store or is it Brandon Best's store? Or is it Brandon Best's store with Joshua? Because all three stories have been told. When did the transition happen? And did the transition actually pass the business between entities? Did they close the business down? What about if somebody has a store at Salem, they got to leave, but then somebody else opens the store at Salem, which is what happened here. Who owns it? Who owns it? And that's got me wondering, are they just passing assets back and forth, letting these franchisees kind of hold on to their asset that they know they're inevitably going to get back? Because even if the franchisee somehow manages to keep the business open long enough, I mean, it's not going to be enough to be making all kinds of money enough to sue these people. These are just thoughts I'm having. Josh does have his name on real paperwork, and I've seen it. Here's one example right here. Florida, Wesley Chapel. Look right here. Wesley Chapel, Baker Bricks. All these ones with Baker Bricks, Baker, I believe are Josh's and Brandon's together. But here, Josh's name is actually listed on the Articles of Incorporation. Directors, Brandon Joshua. Another one here, Articles of Organization, Eugene Baker Bricks, Brandon Joshua. He does have his name on stuff. He does. Josh wasn't added to Salem until May of this year is something else that's just so freaking fishy. That is so freaking fishy to me. Hold on, let me see if I have that. I don't even have that. The most recent filing for Salem Baker Bricks I have is from 2024. It has Brandon Thomas Best as an individual with direct knowledge, an incorporator, and the initial president, the initial secretary. It just says Brandon. Let me show y'all that. Articles of Incorporation, Salem Baker Bricks. This is as of 2024. Now, this is the day after they kicked Crystal out the store. She called him on the 14th. She got kicked out on the 14th. And then the next day they opened a business. An LLC. Oh, wait. Is it a domestic Inc? And not an LLC. Oh, boy. I have a freaking theory. I have a theory. It's not fully cooked, but like, it's almost like, when there's like a blurry picture and then like it's really pixelated, but then the internet starts loading and it gets clearer and clearer and clearer and clearer. That's where I am with this theory. Something to do with transferring back and forth between Incorporated and LLC. I think so too. I'm waiting to find the real estate company too. I know there must be one. We found the medical insurance company. So now it's like we found the law firm financing, which is something I'm going to have to talk about on another day. The Incorporated has tax breaks for asset transfer. And who are they transferring it to? The actual asset. I think it's going back and forth between Bricks and Minifigs and BAM franchising. I really do. And when they say corporate takes over, it's these Brandon Best, Joshua Johnson, Ammon, and Matt companies. That's what I think. The same way they use David Gibb and Art, whatever his name, to do stuff for them. Something's going on here. Yeah, it's like I'm buffering. I'm buffering. Bricks in the Box LLC. The ink is the key. I think they're doing something, and it's like right around tax. It's right at the end of the tax year, right? Like you got to do your taxes by April 15th. And if it's a business, I guess you can push it off to October or whatever. But all this changing of the guards happening like before taxes. Writing stuff off as a business loss because your franchisee couldn't, make ends meet. Then don't even get me started with how you can repossess all of that inventory. And some of it's actually very valuable. And it's like a system, it's like a business where things are just worth whatever someone will pay. It's not like real, like MSRP, like, you know, cars or whatever. It's like collector's items, sometimes one of a kind. I want to look up okay. The Salem Kaiser bricks. Who said it? The Salem Kaiser bricks and Brandon not being added till May. Alex said that. I want to, because when I looked it up this weekend, the most recent filing I found was this one. The day after Crystal was fired or escorted out of the building, Brandon Best sets up this thing. Salem-Baker Bricks Incorporated, not LLC. Not LLC. So I would venture to wager in March, that's when they started another new company that then would own the LLC. That's what I think happened. And Tony, check Exhibit G of 2025 franchise disclosure statement, page 287, 363. 8 franchises terminated in 1 year when they only had 70 stores. Is a 10% turnover rate a year normal? Maybe. Maybe this business is not profitable. Maybe not. Maybe something's weird there. If they run down, Penbrick said, if they run down a franchise value with debt, so like saying $200,000 for Salem, they make it look like the overall business runs at a loss to avoid tax, but they are the ones creating losses and stealing Legos. If that were to be true, that would be a RICO. Thanks so much to Darf Tater's mom for the $20 super chat. Just a thought. There's a shell corporation that has all these owners that files K-1s for each owner employee. That is where the pot of gold is. But there's so much fraud here. I mean, I don't know if there's fraud or not, but I hope somebody looks into it. Thank you for the $20. There's a shell corporation that does the K-1s. I think that lawsuit mentions K-1s. Let me see if I can. It's not a searchable PDF. It's so aggravating. I want to go to business name, Salem-Baker. Okay, so we're on the Salem-Baker bricks. Registered agent, United States Corporation Agents, Inc. Okay. I almost want to look that up. President Brandon, Secretary Brandon. So you're saying Brandon was added in May 2025, but, I mean, excuse me, May 2026, Alex, but it's not showing me that. It just shows articles of incorporation, which I just showed y'all, and then the administrative dissolution. They closed the company down in January. And what about this 3-month period that Brandon Best told the cops he didn't take over the store until March 2025. But the whole kicking Crystal out of the store happened in November the year before that. So 4 months go by. November, fine. December, fine. Next month, January. That's when Salem-Baker Bricks was dissolved. But what about the next 2 months? February, March. He said he didn't take over the store until March. Well, that's when Reckless Ben was running all around over there. So it's not, somebody's lying. Somebody's lying to somebody. So I don't know what Alex was saying. You saw something happen in May 2026. Not here. Salem-Baker Bricks dissolved by January. So they couldn't have added Brandon in May. The franchise corporation can't own stores because it would not be a franchise. Thank you for the $20 super chat, Zoom with Smokey Bear. And that's probably why they have two companies, Bricks and Minifigs, and BAM Franchising. Thanks so much for the $20 super chat. Thank you to Scruffy for the $2 tax evasion. I mean, I'm not saying that, but I'm confused. I can say that. McDerp versus McDerp. Yeah. Thank you, Todd, for the $5 super chat. I will do that. Thank you so much to Bryce. What's the timing of this lawsuit theater and the fraudulent law practicing? I do have that in the timeline. I don't have it like on the top of my head, but there's something to look at there. And also the RICO being filed and also the class action. Like they were staring down the barrel of getting sued like a bunch, like 3-4 times within 2018, 2020. And the COVID thing was happening and everything was shut down. They couldn't go to their summits. Thank you, Mercurial, for becoming a new member. Oh, right. Thank you, Chris. Good catch. Good catch. That March would have been actually a full year before he did his recording. You're so right. I keep making that same mistake. Thanks so much to Bad News Badger for the DKK 100. The fact that this is so convoluted, do you think this is why they are so panicked when Ben's lawsuit was against them in person? Yeah. And that's why that's why Josh wouldn't take, that's my opinion. You ask me what I think. Do I think? Yeah. I think that's why Josh just would not take the paper. Can I take a peek? No, you can't take a peek, you freak. No, you weirdo. Your nasty toes, gremlin. Thank you for the $10 Canadian I Eat Pomegranate. Both Crystal and The Last Relic claimed they had issues paying their franchise fees and royalties before they were even struggling. Last Relic actually kept money aside for them. Ben started at the Salem store in September 2025. What does that mean, Ben started at the Salem store? Yeah, exactly. Yep. Wait, where are you at? Make bots. This is exactly why they do this. Look at the hours spent by legitimate investigators. How much money you would have to spend just to sue them. Green Dragon Layer LLC is part. Say no more, fam. I got a list of companies to look up. Green Dragon Layer LLC, part of the real estate side. I write in a notebook because nobody can hack that. Okay. This first 200 or so entries with LMRA as registered agent in Utah are street addresses. So there's that. What about their own Lego subscription service that they own? Indeed. YouTube community versus BAM. Or at least versus the people that running it. Hacks notebook with Mind. No, sorry. It's password protected. Sorry, you're not able to do that. The whole thing is making me pull the trigger on investigative journalism courses I wanted to do. Yes, you should definitely take those just to even learn it's real when she's writing it. Somebody said they're commingling stuff. Well, Ammon and his brother Matt accused their father of commingling, and that's why they apparently allegedly sued him. Green Dragon Layer. That is a crazy name to name something. These people are nuts. Okay. Is that in Utah? They get weirder. I know. Oh, look up Banff, Salem. Okay, will do. Oh, I closed the Oregon. Okay, hold on. This doesn't look like what I've been using. Find a business. Yeah. Okay, now I'm back to where I was. BAMF Salem. Oh yeah, I've clicked on it before. Salem 1. Registered agent, Crystal Law. This one got dissolved too. BAMF Salem 1. This was Crystal. This was Crystal and Benjamin Gorman's business. So that one's been closed since even before the other one that we talked about, the Salem Baker Bricks. Look up, thank you, Caitlin, for the $2 super chat. Look up LMRA Services Commerce, Alaska. Okay, so the Alaska Secretary of State. Okay. Oh, Banff, Salem, one word. Stop. Wait. Shoot. Hold on. All right. Hold. Somebody remind me of Banff, Salem, one word. Just one thing at a time. Okay. Entity name. What am I looking for over here? LMRA. Services. I'm not a robot. Good standing. Deborah Rogers. Created in 2016. I'm getting their biennial report right now. Shoot. Okay, yeah, that's actually works. Okay. Daniel. Oh, there he is, Daniel J. McNeff. He owns all the shares. Oh no, it doesn't say that. Oh yeah, 100% owned by Daniel McNeff. Director, President, Secretary. Okay, so Daniel J. McNeff is who y'all got to be suing. And the crazy thing is, LMRA Services, I believe, is still the registered agent. No, that was as of 2021. So that actually lines up with the timeline. Okay, BAMF Salem. New search. Let's try this thing. I mean, this is what I'm the most interested in right now. The specific, like, transfer. Like, what happens if a store goes out of business? What happened in particular, specifically, in a granular way, when Crystal Law left? Not just where's the Legos. No. Who owned anything at any given time? Which business? What's the business? You know, this is what I'm specifically interested in. Banff, Salem. All one word. If something shows up for this, I've had enough. I've had enough. How could you possibly sue these people? Matt McNeff. Days. Oh my God. Oh no, this is 2020. I keep getting the years mixed up. Okay, fine. Fine. This is Matt McNeff. Adam Brimhall, he's listed on the Bricks and Minifigs paperwork. So this is like fully corporate store at this point. But it still doesn't add Josh. That's what we were looking for. The articles of organization were filed in November 2025. This is about a year after Crystal was kicked out of her store. I freaked out at first because I thought, oh God. I freaked out at first because I thought that before they even kicked her out of her store, they were already setting up LLCs, but that's not what happened. Banff Salem LLC. Josh is not on here. Oregon Registered Agent LLC, please. Okay, the organizer is Adam, Matt, Zach Giles. Who's he? We've seen him somewhere before. Zach Giles. Where have we seen him before? Somebody remind me. Initial member manager is Matt McNabb. Okay, but still, this doesn't answer the question I want answered, but it is. Interesting. I want to know where Josh was ever put on as a manager. I mean, as an owner. Thank you for the $2. Thank you, Caitlin, for the $2 super chat again. They use DAPT trusts to shield stuff. What's that? DAPT trust. Domestic Asset Protection Trust. Irrevocable, self-settled trust that allows you to shield your personal wealth from future creditors and lawsuits while retaining the ability to receive discretionary distributions. It separates your legal control from asset ownership. Interesting. LMRA Services was started in 2016. Womp womp. Oh, okay, yeah. I wanted to look up the Green Dragon Lair. Okay, is that Utah? Okay, we're in Oregon. Let's try Utah. Green Dragon Lair, you say? Domestic LLC to Utah. I don't see anything relating to them. Yeah, I don't see any address overlap. Nolan Corlin, it's not a familiar name. Knights Vault LLC, also not familiar. Certificate of organization. Let me just take a look here. Okay, well, seems to be like a rental thing to own, rent, and manage real estate. Knights Vault LLC. Okay, so now that we went on that rabbit hole, I want to get back to this exhibit where where Dan McNeff is exposing all the connections between Legally Mine and Bricks and Minifigs. Or some connections. Let's get back to that. Most, if not all, the Legally Mine. So this is an email that the Dan sent to his sons back in 2020, reassigning them. He was doing the assigning. I'm having you move your offices. I want your attention focused on building BAM Franchising Inc. I would ask you to give to Jonathan all the passwords, whatever. You are not being terminated, and your pay will stay the same as long as you comply. Ugh. Okay, then look at this. We frankly need concentration focused on BAM Franchising Inc. And we need a clear leader at Legally Mine LLC. This lawsuit has been, in essence, a mutiny on the ship. And as long as the lawsuit persists, so does the mutiny. If you want to pursue the lawsuit, that's your choice, but I do not want it affecting the work and or the atmosphere here at the Legally Mine office. I need this accomplished by Wednesday, March 4th, 2020 at 5 p.m. Well, as a result, and in response to this email, Ammon and Matt freak out. And they start filing all kind of stuff with the arbitration guy. Like, no, he can't fire us. He can't fire us. He can't fire us. You said he couldn't fire us, and he's making us focus on bricks and minifigs, and that's not allowed. They wanted a restraining order. Come now, Daniel McNeff, Legally Mine, through their counsel. Dan owns 79%. Ammon owns 11%. Dan formed Legally Mine 2009. 2019, Ammon had 11%. The brother had 10%. They continue to hold the ownership interest as the arbitration went by. January 2019, Dan and his sons, Ammon and Matt, entered into an amended and restated operating agreement for Legally Mine LLC. November 2019, defendants filed their verified complaint in the arbitration matter. So that's Ammon and Matt. During arbitration, they filed a motion for injunction and request for fees. The emergency motion that they filed followed and was in response to an email from their father, Dan, wherein Dan instructed them to vacate their offices at Legally Mine and their current responsibilities at Medisource Marketing and Legally Mine. A copy of the email is attached. That's what we just read. Dan's email further specifically instructed them, Ammon and Matt, to give to Jonathan Madsen any and all administrative names, passwords, and responsibilities so these can be taken by other people. This would include all information like logins and stuff. Ammon and Matt's emergency motion asserted that their dad's email instructions to go and focus on bricks and minifigs in 2020, 2 years after they were the owners, his dad, they were saying, Matt and Ammon were trying to say that him reassigning them to bricks and minifigs was retaliation, was firing them. In its March 4th, 2020 memorandum, decision, and order, denying Ammon and Matt's request, the arbitration tribunal, this is like the arbitrator judge, denied Ammon and Matt's request, ruling as follows. Okay, this is huge. This is like one of the biggest, this is the biggest find of the day that we're going to talk about. I mean, we already kind of mentioned it, but it's this reassignment. It shows how much power and control and what's the word? I want to use my word. I want to choose the right word. This like never happens where I can't think of the word I want to use. Like it's very rare. Okay, hold on. Power and control, and I can't think of the word I want to use. It's like a specific word. Like Dan's like, involvement. Golly. This shows how much power and control and involvement the bricks and minifigs owner's father really had in this company. And now we're looking at this thing. I definitely think there's a lot of blame to go around. To Matt, he's been acting like a crazy lunatic. His brother, who's been acting not much better. There's blame to go around. I'm not trying to say, oh, poor them. What I'm trying to say is it looks like this was a three-way start. So where's old boy? Where's old Daniel being held to account here? Look like he slipped away in the dark of night again. Please don't come into a 4 hour and 43 minute long live stream and say context. Just don't. Just don't do that. This is like the show Succession. It seems like it. While my prior order precluded Daniel. Okay, so this is what the judge said. He said, no, that's not firing you, you stupid. Yeah, I issued a prior order. This is what the arbitration guy said. Yeah, sure, I issued a prior order. Not, precluding, not allowing Daniel and, Daniel the dad to fire Ammon and Matt. This is huge. But the prior order did not prohibit the manager, that's Dan, the dad, did not prohibit the dad from acting within broad powers granted to him under the operating agreement, from assigning Ammon or Matt offices in a different location, or from changing their duties and or responsibilities. Rather, the prior order narrowly precluded Dan from terminating Ammon and Matthew's employment. I do not find the conduct about which complainants complain to violate my prior orders. Okay, y'all, please lock in. Daniel the dad evicted Matt and Ammon, his sons, out of the Legally Mine office. They got evicted. They got put down the road. They weren't allowed to even come in the Legally Mine office and all of that. They freak out. They go to the arbitrator. They say, my dad has fired us. He's retaliating against us. And Dan said, no, I'm not. Y'all need to go and focus on BAMF franchising. And I need to focus on Legally Mine because y'all are doing mutiny on the ship. So you need to get down the road. And the arbitrator agreed. He said, no, yeah, that's fine. You could reassign them somewhere else. They didn't get fired. They didn't get terminated and the pay didn't change. So it's not retaliation. That literally is what I've been looking for a week. If Dan is the owner, is the majority owner, at this time he was, of Legally Mine, and he was not allowed to fire his sons, but he was allowed to send them down the road, and the arbitrator agreed, no, that's not firing. He could reassign them. We were trying to figure out how they had been assigned to Legally Mine. We had been trying to figure out why the name for Legally Mine was changed on the day that the part 1 came out, why it was changed at all. Their dad, who now this weekend has admitted to being the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs franchising before Ammon and Matt were, or at least Bricks and Minifigs, it seems like he's really the one in charge. And so last night, I was screaming at my TV. Not really. It's a figure of speech. But I wanted to scream through the screen to tell Echo Base Network, shout out to them, the reason Dan's getting brought up, the reason he made a status about it, the reason he posted about it on his Facebook page. Y'all were asking last night on your show, nobody's sending for him. Why is he just piping up? I saw other people saying that too on the American Fork Police Department Facebook page or whatever. They were like, why is he even saying anything? Nobody's even mentioning him. Oh, yes, somebody was last week. %, BAM for 79% of Legally Mine. You think so? Green Dragon LLC was granted a residential property from Evelyn McNeff. When? I need to take a picture of this. When? Is the data fed too? That's blah blah. I was about to, and I was like, this stream, I have only talked about like 5% of what I wanted to talk about today, but that's okay. We have other days, hopefully, in life to come back and do more. Thank you so much for the $5 Canadian. You should really look into United States Corporation Agents Incorporated. Some interesting things happening with them. Yeah, I was going to a while ago. Thanks so much for the $5 Canadian. Thanks so much to Mercurial Ire for the 19.99. Would anyone be surprised if these people tried to misuse 47.1? What's that mean? Oh, yeah, it probably will happen. The California Civil Code centering on the weaponization of the law intended to protect survivors of S harassment originally was designed to shield victims from retaliatory defamation suits. Critics and legal analysts argue bad actors are attempting to exploit its punitive damage provisions for personal or public relations leverage. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. No, there was a footnote, I think on page 5, 6. Hold on, let me look at my web. Oh, it's only on page 2. Okay, hold on. No, this is a different document. 10/19/2020, Dan and a motion for temporary injunction. Dan's removal. Oh, page 36. Okay, hold on. Okay. So this is the motion that they made when they were trying to get, they were not happy. They were not happy to be relegated to go and focus on bricks and minifigs. They wanted to stay in their positions at Legally Mine, and they wanted to stay being able to go in the office at Legally Mine and all that. So they were suing over it. They were in the arbitration court. Okay, I'll do this next. They were suing over it in the arbitration court. And so here's their little suing right here. They're trying to get an injunction, like a restraining order. Within a few days of the appointment of special masters and a few days before they began their investigation as ordered by the tribunal, Daniel, the dad, retaliated against the sons. This is them writing it, obviously the sons, demanding that Ammon and Matthew vacate their office by no later than Wednesday, 5 p.m. on March 2nd, which at the time of the filing was the day before. At 5:30, Daniel, the dad, sent an email to Ammon and Matt, the sons, instructing them to vacate their offices at Legally Mine, focus entirely on BAM franchising, cease from fulfilling their current responsibilities at Legally Mine, and relinquish all administrative access to Legally Mine's accounts. There's a footnote. Footnote 1. Ammon and Matt say this is textbook retaliation, and this constitutes termination. But the arbitrator, the judge of the tribunal, he said, no, he can reassign you. That's fine. That means that the judge or the guy that runs the arbitrator, the mediator guy, whatever, I don't know what they're called. But like the arbitration judge sitting over the tribunal, he's the guy who said, no, this is not retaliation. It's a reassignment. That means to me that Legally Mine effectively owned Bricks and Minifigs. Franchising. That's what it indicates to me. I didn't see the paperwork. There's a lot of this stuff that's hidden. Some of this stuff just got filed publicly because they decided to go to public court after the arbitration. And this is a public document. The footnote, though. The dad told them he wanted them to focus all their time on Bricks and Minifigs. The footnote. His removal of them to Bricks and Minifigs is ironic because now he is supporting this removal by claiming that Bricks and Minifigs needs extra attention. But he has throughout the remainder of these arbitration proceedings consistently complained that the sons, Ammon and Matt, spend too much of their time on this business. Okay, Joshua added to Baker Bricks LLC. Okay, but Baker Bricks is different. That's a different thing. Hold on, let me get where that is on my web. So Baker Bricks is here. Okay, so we have Salem Baker Bricks. Josh is not listed on it still. We have Eugene Baker Bricks. I don't believe that Josh was ever listed on that one either, and I think it is now dissolved, the Eugene, Oregon store. We have Wesley Chapel Baker Bricks. That's in Florida. Josh is listed there. And then we have regular old straightforward Baker Bricks in Cottonwood Heights, Utah. So let's go to the website. And thank you, Sotree in Exile, for the, I don't know what your name is, this is Oregon. So we have to go to Utah. The Salem Baker Bricks is in Utah. Excuse me, I said that backwards. The Salem Baker Bricks is in Oregon. It's supposed to denote the Salem, Oregon, Salem Kaiser store. But the regular old Baker Bricks, with no Salem in front of it, is in Utah. Brandon Best, Josh Johnson. Yeah. These idiots. LLC. Let's go to the certificate of organization. See if Josh is mentioned there. I think this is a major piece. Oh, I think this is a major piece. Here's the certificate of organization for Baker Bricks. Hold on. Let me redact this because I know how they are. Even though they put their stuff public on public filings. Okay. This is very interesting. Baker Bricks, nothing before it. Remember, we just saw those four. Put a 4 in the chat if you remember just now. We just saw those 4. One's just Baker Bricks, one's Salem Baker Bricks, one Eugene Baker Bricks, one's Wesley Chapel Baker Bricks. Now, one of them's already dissolved. That's the one in Eugene. That one got dissolved. It's over. This must be the transition company. Baker Bricks. Remember, like, who owns it for those 4 months? It's not a technically corporate. It's Josh Johnson and Brandon Best Company. They are co-owners of this company. Members. And what kind of company is this? The purpose is to provide management and business development support. If you go repossess the store, if you go rescue the store, you can have it for what you get it for. I went over there to save the store for corporate. Corporate had the store for 4 months. I think this is another bridge. It's like a bridge company. I think. Management and business development support for companies. Like when Brandon Best was in there with the spy glasses doing the secret shop. Management and business development support for companies. Which company? Bricks and Minifigs? Helping where needed to ensure client success. Which client? What does this mean? Provide management and business development support for companies, helping where needed to ensure client success. Okay, the only person listed on here is Brandon, right? This is established in May 2024. This would be months and months and months before Crystal Law companies or company. Exactly. So let me go to the other. Okay. Corporate Goons LLC, it's giving that. Status update on what happened on the 27th. They filed their RICO. So on the 21st of May, last month, less than a month ago, 21st, Ben releases part 1. The 27th, Ben gets sued by Ammon and Josh and Brandon and all of them. The same day that they file their civil RICO case against him, they're updating Baker Bricks. Baker Bricks must have some type of, contractual or business relation. And remember, let's zoom back. Who the hell is Baker Bricks? Well, originally it was just Brandon, but now it's Joshua and Brandon. And who is Joshua to Ammon, the CEO? Joshua went on the mission with him. They go way back. He's not just some random. They were together in Louisiana, Alexandria, Louisiana, in the literal middle of absolutely nowhere, especially in 2004. Together, they go way back. The owner of Bricks and Minifigs and this guy, he's not a completely disinterested party. I mean, he gets to take over stores and keep them for what they're worth. And it's almost like they're the garbage disposal. Brandon and Josh appear to be like a garbage disposal. Forgive my analogy. This is the garbage disposal. And then you whatever you need to do. Like, let's say someone owned that store before Crystal, right? Then Crystal bought it. Well, if there wasn't all this big controversy, someone else could have bought it, right? From them. But who holds the store in the meantime? The garbage disposal. Why? Because it kind of is complicated if who takes it over? The corporate? Somebody said the corporate can't own the stores. Because if the corporate owns the stores, then it can't be a franchise. So then you have this other thing over here. So it's looking like, here's this company we're looking at right now, Baker Bricks. On the same day they filed the RICO against Ben, they changed the ownership here, or the membership here. We have Wesley Chapel, Baker Bricks. This started 1 month after they evicted Crystal, but this is in Florida. Eugene Baker Bricks has now been dissolved. Is there still a Eugene store? Is there still a Eugene store in Eugene, Oregon? Because just a few months ago, Josh was saying he owned that one too. He was saying it to the cops. Yes. We missing an LLC or an Inc.? Eugene Baker Bricks is incorporated. Wesley Chapel Baker Bricks Incorporated. Oh boy. Baker Bricks is LLC. So that's the management company. I bet you it owns these other ones. And these go into it and out of it. Eugene Baker Bricks Inc. What is Salem Baker Bricks? No, we need the Utah one. Inc. I think they make them incorporated. They make them corporations to transfer them. But where and into what and out of what, I don't know. So anyway, okay, so Alex found it, or Sotri found it. One of y'all found it, back where we were. Hold on, let me pull you back up here. Okay, so that's the one we looked at that paper for. It was Brandon on it, and I redacted it. There was no Josh. The day the RICO gets filed, the day the RICO gets filed, May 27th, they applied to reinstate the business. So the business wasn't even in freaking active standing when they were saying they owned it. Jesus. Take the wheel. It had gotten dissolved in 2025. Registered agent is an individual. Why is that doing that? I don't like that. How do I undo something? Baker Bricks LLC, effective as of the date they sued Ben, 1:00 p.m. Why is this doing this? I don't want it doing that. Can you undo? That's aggravating. Okay. And they added Josh. Hold on, I'm just, even though he made his address public here, I'm going to redact it, even though it's a public record and he made his own address public on a public filing. I will redact it because I'm a nice person. Tony, you missed the plot, baby boy. You think I'm getting bogged down in the corporate shell games they're playing? Absolutely not. I am demonstrating just exactly how it works and how it is intended to work. I'm not getting bogged down. We're having a great time. We're showing that there's no way that you could ever end this labyrinth. There's no way you could ever end this labyrinth. But there are some reverse inferences you can make from what we can see, including Josh Johnson used to work for Legally Mine. Ammon used to be the president of Legally Mine. That is an asset protection business that specializes in creating a whole bunch of LLCs to hide the pots of gold. And so, if LLCs and corporations have been set up in bad faith, which I'm not claiming they were, but maybe they were, then you can pierce the corporate veil. Everybody in this whole story's biggest fear. They're scared to death that they're going to be able to be liable individually. And I guarantee you, Daniel J. McNeff really thought he had distanced himself between here and the moon from this company. But he didn't on paper. And so the very thing that they have been pretending like they are the experts at, they didn't bother to do themselves. And I believe at the end of all of this, the corporate veil is going to be pierced and obliterated. That is not me getting bogged down. That is me demonstrating, for anybody who needs to see, why it is going to be necessary, in my opinion, to pierce the corporate veil, which is their biggest fear. It's the last thing on earth they want. Thanks so much to Darth Tater's mom for Darth Tater. Oh my God, I didn't get that the first time. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm old, daughter in law school. This is totally Aaron Brockovich vibes. Go BJC. I love rabbit holes. We're in them, girl. We are in them. Thanks so much for the $4.99, Bryce Jones. Thank you. You're dealing with the exact same thing. Days of LLCs. Thanks so much to Katie Lynn, for the $2 super chat. Josh listed as direct knowledge Eugene Baker OR. But that one's dissolved. So that one's over with now. Thank you so much for that $2. Thank you for the $2 again. For, by the way, it's easier to search by name on the databases. Yeah, but the thing is, Joshua Johnson is such a common name. Thanks so much to TXCJ for the $2 super chat. Why hasn't someone created a search all states? I know. Well, they have. I mean, kind of have. Open Corporates is a really good free resource for that. And it can at least tell you some stuff. And then it'll send you to the, you can go to the right place, right state. Thank you so much to KT Lynn for the $10 super chat. AK LMRA owns UT. Okay, Alaska LMRA owns Utah LMRA. Legally Minds clients from Utah LLCs owned by LMRA, but it's a scam, allegedly, according to this comment. Property outside of Alaska is subject to creditors, plus not settled for like 4 years. That's what the Ohio lawsuit was about. Girl, you're like a little bit outside of my understanding zone. It's like you're trying to speak to me, and I know that you are probably real smart, but I'm not getting it. I mean, some of it I get. Like, okay, so the Alaska one owns the Utah one. Got it. Legally Minds clients from Utah Form. Sorry. Oh, got it. Form. Okay. Oh, girl. Okay. So the Alaska LMRA owns the Utah LMRA. Legally Minds clients from Utah LLCs form. I keep saying from. Legally Minds clients form Utah LLCs. It's not owned by LMRA though. That's the registered agent. Property outside of Alaska is subject to creditors, plus not settled for like 4 years. That's what the Ohio lawsuit was about. I'll have to look more into that. Thank you for the $10. Thanks so much to Oh My Lord for the $5 super chat. Hello, BJ. This is great watching you work this all out. It's crazy. My brain hurts. Thank you, Bryce, for the $4.99 super chat. Too bad we can't search their secret Mormon temple names. What I think is so interesting, Kevin says, is how the store owners keep saying they paid rent. But corporate says they didn't pay rent. Need to find out who owns the leases and stores. Bricks and Minifigs is playing some games here too. It's owned by another Alaska LLC. All the assets go to Alaska. Look, I pretty much reached my expiration on today. Oh my God. I have so much more stuff to show y'all. That's why I was like late this morning. I was like, whew, it's just so overwhelming trying to even figure out how to even present some of this stuff. Cause I mean, I know it's tedious, and I know it can feel like, we're getting bogged down. Sometimes we kind of are, but I think it's necessary. I think it's necessary to really get into the weeds here, because that is, they say the devil is in the details. The devil is in the details. My brain is hurting because I've done this all weekend too. Like when I wasn't going live, and that's why I was like, I had like a backlog of stuff I wanted to tell y'all. I didn't get to all of it today. We have like 2 more lawsuits I think to go through, and I have Dan is the full owner in Alaska. Yeah, I know. I saw that. Thanks so much to Zoom with Smokey Bear for the $5 super chat. This could show the FBI there is criminal organization here with Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, and family. I don't know. I don't know if it's a criminal organization or not. I have no idea. Really, I don't know. On April 18th, 2024, thank you for the $5 super chat again. On April 18th, 2024, with the Delaware entity as the surviving company. Yeah. I remember that. Bricks and Minifigs has been offering franchises for its retail store concept since 2011. Prior to this, it was an affiliate. Huh. Thank you, Katie Lynn, for the $10 super chat. Allegedly, Ohio Legally Mind clients complained to Ohio State Attorney because they consulted an attorney in Ohio who was told the asset protection plan exposed liability. They didn't sue, but they settled. Yeah. I had that one to read today too, but we're not going to get to it. Today. We'll have to get to it tomorrow or the next day. All right, so I need to go like cool off my brain. I'm like, smoke is going to come out of my ears if I keep going, but I got to as much as I could get to today. I pushed as hard as I could today. I left it all on the court, and I'm going to be ready to come back soon for another riveting round of, oh my God, I can't even imagine what my emails are about to look like. Y'all are about to blow me up with corporate documents. I already feel it. Anyway, thank you for all the super chats, all the support. I'm going to try to make it out to Utah. And why Alaska? Oh, Valhalla. They talk about it in that video. In that video of that lady, let me show y'all that one last thing. One last thing where she talks about Alaska. I'm going to show y'all, and you can run with that for today. golly. Valhalla, if you watch this, you're going to be aggravated. I mean, I know we just became best friends, but you're going to hate this lady. I don't know why. I just feel it. I just feel like you're going to really hate her. She explains this Alaska thing here. Let me look for the transcript real quick. Let's see. Okay, let's start at like 23 minutes, 39 seconds.
Meaning 38 states in the United States will just say, if you've decided that you need to dissolve the entity to get to personal assets, you can.
Oh, no.
You can seize assets.
She's talking about piercing the corporate veil right now, too, by the way. She's talking about piercing the corporate veil. Okay, look. Let's go back. 2242.
That little tercel. Dropped it. Walked away. There's nothing to get here. Dropped it. Now, we got to talk about, because if we set up a family limited partnership, we set up LLCs, we got to stop them coming through that whole piercing of the veil.
Can't pierce the veil.
Because if we set up entities and they can just come right through it, that's not helpful, right? So we've got to make sure we protect against that. So how we do that is we leverage a holding company.
Oh, do we?
Now that comes back to one of our 4 rules. Remember, I talked about the 4 rules, and one of those in the right state. Now this one's kind of an entertaining one.
One of the rules is you got to file your LLC in the right state.
To be completely honest, but we got to put a holding company in there that actually is the owner of the LLCs, so that you are not the owner of the LLCs.
Really?
The holding company is. Why? So that if they pierce the corporate veil of the LLC, they don't run into you, they run into a holding company. Well, where is that holding company?
Where is
Well,
it?
interestingly enough, 38 states have now given attorneys and judges the right to do at-will dissolution of an entity, meaning 38 states in the United States will just say, if you've decided that you need to dissolve the entity to get to personal assets, you can. You can seize assets, including homes in most states. Florida, Texas, there's like 4 other states that have added to that now, but in all but 6 states in the United States, they can take a home. They can foreclose your personal membership, so you can own an entity, and then they can actually foreclose your membership and allow the judge to dictate distributions.
Ooh, scary.
In 49 states.
In 49.
Except for one. There's one state standing boldly against
one do
all
you
of this
think it
crazy,
is?
and it is the state of Alaska.
Oh.
Now, why Alaska? Honestly, because no one lives there. That's the truth. And I'm going to tell you why it works. I want you to think about this. How many of you heard of Delaware corporations and Wyoming corporations? Yeah, do you know why these guys went into asset protection? They were itty-bitty states with very little revenue, so they're pulling revenue from other states and business owners by creating entities that are better for you. It's what they're doing. Nevada corporations often have some really good benefits too, because they built all of their benefits around their #1 revenue source, with its casinos. No one has...
That's why Alaska makes it harder to pierce the corporate veil, and that's what they're obsessed with. Thank you so much to Bryce. Utah's Rust Rare Coin Ponzi was LLC in Alaska too, and they funneled through Zion's Bank Corp. I saw some stuff from Zion Bank in the court papers. We're gonna have to look at more of them another time. But thank you for the $4.99. Thank you so much to Sauteri in Exile. Sotri, I gotta have to figure out how to say your name, girl. Gifted 1. Thank you for gifting 1 membership, and thank you to Andy for the $2 Australian, and thank you to Player Profit for the $2 Canadian. Okay, I'm really going this time now. Love y'all, mean it. Okay, bye.